They brought back a bunch of bright, festive decorations and got to work after dinner setting up the hospital room. The vibe turned warm and romantic, which moved Gina so much she couldn't help but glance at Brant again. Brant avoided her gaze, his attention obviously elsewhere. I just hope Richard wakes up tomorrow. We can't exactly take wedding photos with his eyes closed. Perry shared the same worry, but her mind was made up. Tomorrow, no matter what, she'd get that marriage certificate with Richard. The rest of the group decided to leave. Gina started to follow Brant, but the look he gave her, cold, distant, made her stop dead in her tracks. Perry gently grabbed her hand. "Why don't you stay at the hospital tonight? I'll ask the healer to set up a room for you." "It's okay. I'll just call a car and head home. No need to trouble anyone," Gina replied. Staying would only mess with her feelings more. "All right. Take care out there." Perry walked her to the elevator doors. Perry held on to Richard's hand tightly, whispering, "Please wake up, okay? Richard, I'm really scared now. Why have you been asleep for so long?" Richard lay still, sound asleep. Eventually, Perry dozed off beside him, unable to hold on anymore. When the sun came up, Richard slowly opened his eyes. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, but he remembered hearing a voice calling out to him, a voice he really liked. His hand felt kind of numb, and when he tried to move it, he realized someone was holding it. Turning his head slightly, he saw a familiar figure, Perry, asleep by his side. Bits and pieces came back, getting shot, her holding him, stopping the bleeding. After that, just sleep. A really long sleep. Had she really stayed with him the whole time? Richard carefully slipped his hand out and gently brushed her hair. He wanted to hug her close, but the instant he moved, pain shot through him like fire. He froze, gritting his teeth, and instead just kept touching her hair and cheek gently. Perry stirred, sensitive to the touch. She blinked her eyes open, startled. "Richard, are you awake?" Thinking she might be imagining things, she leaned in for a closer look. "You're actually awake?" Richard gave her a faint smile. "You must be exhausted. Thank you for staying with me." Perry quickly took his wrist to check his pulse. "You're okay, that's all that matters." "I'm not tired, Richard. How are you feeling?" Richard reached out and cupped her cheek. "I'm fine as long as you're here. You didn't get hurt, did you?" "I'm all right." "Richard, do you still remember what happened?" "I do. Have you found out who was behind it?" Perry shook her head. "Not yet, but we will." Then a thought hit Richard. "Wait, how long was I out? You've been asleep for 2 days." The moment those words left her mouth, Richard jolted, clearly alarmed. "Perry, today's the day of our bonding ceremony. I need to get up." He felt the same way she did. Perry was so moved she almost cried. He actually remembered. Even in this state, with all those injuries, he still remembered that today was their bonding day. "Look, the room's already decorated. We don't need to go anywhere." "Yeah?" Richard looked around and finally noticed how cozy and full of warmth the room looked. "It's a good day, Perry. I'm sorry. I'm stuck in this bed." Perry smiled gently. "It doesn't matter. As long as you're here. It's perfect no matter where we do it. Actually, doing it here somehow feels more special, more meaningful. Benjamin and Brant are already here. They'll be in soon." "All right," Richard said, touching his face. "How do I look?" "I'll clean you up, shave that scruff. You're still the most handsome man I know." Perry fetched some water, helped him wash his face, gave him a clean shave. She also got ready herself. Neat clothes, a touch of makeup. She looked stunning. Mr. Reed came to check on him. "The wounds are healing well, but you're still weak. Try to take it easy." Brant and the others showed up, everyone a little tense and careful. Perry and Benjamin gently helped Richard sit up, propping him against the pillow and raising the bed a bit. With how badly he was hurt, even the smallest movement pulled at his injury, making him go pale. He bit his lip to hide the pain. He didn't want Perry to worry. "I, Richard Scott, Alpha of the Bloodmoon Pack." Gina watched nervously. "He doesn't look okay, Perry." Perry froze. Richard looked like he was in agony. It was her idea to do this today, but she hadn't considered whether he'd be able to handle it. "Richard, does it hurt a lot?" she asked, unsure. Richard leaned back against the pillow again, breathing shallowly. His voice was weak. "I'm okay, Perry. Keep going. Don't stop." Mr. Reed came over quickly. "The wounds reopened. Hold on." He started cleaning the bleeding area right away. Truth was, he hadn't wanted Richard to be sitting up at all, let alone going through a bonding ritual right now. Perry took Richard's hand and felt his pulse. Lying like this for a short while wouldn't do him much harm, but the pain must be killing him. Perry hugged him tight. "I'm sorry. I was being selfish. I didn't think about your condition. Maybe we should wait till you've recovered?" Richard held her hand. "No, Perry. It's not just you who wanted this today. I did too. I can't miss it again. I'll manage. Just help me change, okay?" Carefully, Perry took off his hospital gown and helped him into a crisp white shirt. Even though Richard was in a lot of pain, as long as she was there, he could tough it out. She was his mate. He didn't want to wait another second to make it official. Perry had even put a bit of makeup on him so he wouldn't look so pale. She wore a white shirt too, standing beside him, as they smiled for the camera. Richard's grin wasn't forced. It came straight from his heart. He was hurting, but right now, he was truly happy. Even while he was unconscious, some part of him must have known how important today was. That's probably why he woke up just in time. The she-wolf he loved the most, she was his from now on, forever. Byron recorded the whole thing on video. It was probably going to be their most treasured memory. Benjamin snapped a photo and sent it to Joel, who nearly burst from excitement. "They're finally married." Gina hugged herself, eyes misty. "Congrats, congrats. Shouldn't we, do something to celebrate?" Richard glanced at everyone around him, looking way better than earlier. Then Perry's phone buzzed. It was Francis calling, wanting to know if the ceremony was done. Perry was on cloud 9 and immediately sent him a photo. "That's wonderful, Perry. Wishing you and Richard a lifetime of happiness," Francis said before hanging up. Irene, standing next to him, raised an eyebrow. "So Perry really went through with it? She actually married Richard?" Francis gave a genuine smile. "If Alicia hadn't messed things up last time, they would have done it long ago. I'm just so glad. Let's open a bottle of Lafite this afternoon, do a proper toast." Irene's expression was anything but thrilled, but her voice stayed upbeat. "Sounds good. That does call for a celebration. Sarah, go grab the Lafite." Sarah, clearly not in the mood either, brought out the wine anyway. Watching her dad beam like that, she couldn't help the bitterness bubbling up. Perry, the sister she always looked down on, had somehow ended up better off in every way. Looking at Francis's joyful face, Sarah muttered, "Do you really mean that, Dad?" Francis blinked. "What do you mean? Your sister got married today. Isn't that something to be happy about, Sarah? She's your sister." "My dear sister made sure I got locked up for months." And that wasn't even the whole story. Perry always knew how to push her buttons. Francis looked stunned. "So all that making up with Perry was just for show?" Irene jumped in, pretending to smooth things over. "Sarah didn't mean it like that. She's just been through a lot too. Perry did hurt her." Jonathan walked in just then. "I could smell the wine from the living room. Wow, Dad, you're actually opening the 82 Lafite?" Francis chuckled. "Perry and Richard tied the knot today. Of course I'm celebrating." "They did? That really calls for a toast," Jonathan said, clearly happy for them. Irene nodded right away. "Absolutely, just the four of us, a proper family celebration. Just the four of them." Perry, as always, wasn't part of that picture. Leicester Manor, France. This was the home base of Skyhowl Pack's Alpha, Alvin Barrett. Alvin was popping champagne with his top brass, celebrating what should have been a perfect operation. Damon and Gerard were touted as the heroes until one of the men rushed in with an urgent report. Richard Scott had made it out of critical condition, and worse, he and Perry were sealing their bond in the hospital room. "Crash!" Alvin hurled his wine glass to the floor. "What the hell were you two even doing?" Damon skipped a glance at Gerard, too nervous to speak. Grabbing the champagne bottle, Alvin stormed around the slick, polished dining table, then smashed it down over Damon's head. The sharp crack of glass echoed as champagne mixed with blood, soaking into Damon's shirt. Damon swayed before dropping to his knees. Dizzied, he glanced at Gerard with panic. "Alpha? It was Gerard. He interfered." Alvin's glare could melt steel. "I gave you the best weapons out there and you still screwed it up?" His voice dropped lower, deadlier. No one moved. The room was silent but for Damon's ragged breathing. "I lined up the first shot," Damon confessed, voice trembling, but Gerard came barreling in, yelling, I flinched, missed Richard's heart. When I went for the second shot, he bumped me. Bullet went wide, missed Perry too. Alvin looked ready to explode. Like a lion on the brink, he whipped out his gun and pointed it right at Gerard's head. "You want to explain, Gerard?" Gerard didn't flinch. "Yeah, it was me." "Bastard!" Alvin roared and kicked him hard. Gerard flew back several feet before crashing into a chair. Dragging himself up, Gerard locked eyes with his father. "I didn't betray you. I just couldn't kill someone who's innocent. It's Bloodmoon you hate, not Perry, not her unborn kid." "Innocent?" Alvin let out a cold, nasty laugh. "She chose to be with Richard. That makes her just as much my enemy. There are no innocents in Bloodmoon." "Dad, come on," Gerard's tone cracked. "She's just a girl, and she's carrying a baby. Are we really turning our guns on a pregnant woman now?" Alvin's voice was ice cold. "I want Bloodmoon wiped out. Every last one. That pack will pay for what they did to me." Gerard clenched his fists. He still didn't even know what ancient grudge his father carried, but he knew Perry didn't deserve this. Perry didn't do anything, and neither did her baby. Alvin's face darkened with something more than rage. It was almost madness. "So that's it. You've fallen for that she-wolf." "Don't touch her." Gerard dropped to his knees. "She has nothing to do with our war. Please, don't hurt her." Alvin cocked his gun, barrel still aimed at Gerard. "Fine, then I'll shoot you first." "Alpha," someone gasped. The air snapped taut. "Alpha, wait, he's just confused. Give him another chance." Alvin's eyes burned. "You begged to go to New York last time. Swore you'd finish the job. You failed. Die with honor." "All right." Gerard grabbed the gun from Alvin in one swift motion and pressed it to his temple. "If this is the end, I'll still come back as your son in my next life." The room went dead silent. No one dared breathe. Gerard wasn't just any soldier. He was Alvin's only son. Owen, Alvin's right-hand man, spoke quickly. "Alpha, please think this through. Young Master's made plenty of contributions over the years. He's got talent. It's not a stretch he'd be swayed, considering Perry's beauty and spirit." The others chimed in, voices layered and urgent. "Alpha, please don't act impulsively." Alvin snatched the gun out of Gerard's hand, a new idea flashing through his mind. "All right, I'll give you another shot. Take care of Richard and Benjamin. As for Perry, if you like her that much, just take her and make her your mate. Those twins she's carrying, you can keep them too." Gerard let out a soft breath. He didn't know what Alvin was really up to, but at least he didn't have to hurt Perry, for now, and more importantly, he was still alive. Owen chimed in. "Since we can't take down Richard right away, maybe we play the long game. The Bloodmoon Pack's been a top noble clan in New York for centuries. Plus, rumor is, they're sitting on an ancient treasure. Why not go after it all?" Alvin's eyes darkened. Play the long game? After the failed assassination attempt by Damon and Gerard, the cops were on full alert. They couldn't make a move just yet. Alvin had no choice but to regroup. He knew about the Bloodmoon Pack's secret treasure more than anyone. "Fine. We wipe them out. The pack and their little treasure, they're all ours." He'd already waited decades. A little more time, he could live with that. Meanwhile, Gerard got word Perry and Richard had formed a bond right in his hospital room. That hit harder than he expected. He sat back down and downed drink after drink. Back in his room, he unlocked his phone. A bunch of messages and missed calls from Perry popped up, all asking where he was that night. Was it him behind what happened to Richard? That girl's sharp. One guess and she nailed it. No denying, she connected the dots. Gerard didn't reply. Lying wasn't an option, but he couldn't tell her the truth either. That number wasn't one he used often anyway. He pulled out the SIM card and tossed it into the fish tank. Better to let it all sink. Joel had gathered a few old friends for a meal at their usual club. Today was a special day. Richard and Perry had just completed their bond. He was over the moon. With the kids out, he wanted to share his joy with some old pals. The private room buzzed with laughter and good wishes. Someone brought up, "Hey, I heard your daughter-in-law's Francis Lake's kid from the Ashen Pack, raised out in the countryside. No offense, but it's just weird, right? The Bloodmoon Pack is pure nobility. How'd your family end up with a backwoods girl?" Others joined in. "Yeah, Joel's a smart guy, no doubt. Honestly, we always thought of setting Richard up with someone, but that boy's so cold, we never dared. I even tried introducing my granddaughter to him, but he wouldn't even meet her. We all thought he had super high standards, but turns out, well, Joel, no disrespect, just curious, that's all. You know we're old buddies here. They didn't know much about Perry, just that she came from nowhere and wasn't well regarded in the Ashen Pack. And Joel was this happy? Joel kept a polite smile. You guys have no idea. Richard marrying Perry is the best thing that's ever happened to him, to all of us. He's lucky. The whole Bloodmoon Pack is lucky. She didn't marry up, she married down. Married down? Everyone looked confused. Joel didn't want to spill too much. Perry didn't like people digging into her real background. Let's just say we hit the jackpot with her. Real treasure. Seeing how thrilled he was, everyone played along, even if they were skeptical. Maybe Joel was putting on a show. Maybe there was more to it. After dinner, Joel practically whistled his way out of the room. When he got to the first floor, he spotted Irene. He made a point to walk over and say hi. After all, even though she was just Perry's stepmother, they were practically family now. What a coincidence. You're eating here too? Irene smiled casually, just about to figure out a way to tell him the news, and bumped into him like fate handed it to her. Joel chuckled. Yeah, just catching up with some old friends. Once Perry and Richard get back, we're planning to have dinner together, do a little celebration for them. Wait, don't tell me you haven't heard yet? Irene lowered her voice, trying to sound mysterious. Joel blinked, confused. Heard what? You seriously don't know? Irene sighed, her face taking on a worried look. Richard got attacked. He's still in the hospital over in Velport. Joel's expression darkened instantly. Richard and Perry just made their contract official today. Even if you're her stepmom, that's a pretty awful thing to say. Why would I curse him? I literally just found out myself, Irene said, looking a bit helpless. They say he got shot and he's in emergency care. Joel immediately fumbled for his phone and called Perry. Something this serious, and no one thought to tell me? Perry had no choice but to fill him in, and then Richard also got on the line, reassuring his dad that he was okay and not to worry. But how could Joel not worry? He booked a flight on the spot and said he'd fly out the next day. Later on, Perry was puzzled. Dad says Irene told him, but how the heck did Irene find out? Richard, alpha of the Bloodmoon Pack, had made sure his injury was only known to a handful of close contacts. Nothing had been shared publicly. She probably heard it from someone. Though deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling Irene might have planted someone to keep eyes on them. He never fully trusted that she'd turned over a new leaf. The next morning, Joel arrived looking exhausted and worried. Seeing Richard, he couldn't hide the heartache. What the hell happened? Are you hurt bad? Richard smiled, calm as ever. Dad, I've got Perry here. I'm not going anywhere. Joel gave her a thankful look. Thank God for her. I don't even want to think what could have happened. Perry, don't overwork yourself, though, especially while you're pregnant. His eyes instinctively glanced toward her stomach. The heating was on in the room, so Perry was wearing just a sweatshirt, and her baby bump was showing clearly. Don't worry, Dad. I'm taking good care of myself. Joel still couldn't wrap his head around it. Any leads on who did this? Richard shook his head. Not yet, but Dad, who do we even have such deep beef with? First someone tried to harm Perry and the baby, and now they're after me too. According to Fergus, someone had hired the Skyhowl Pack to kill both Richard and the unborn child. But who that someone was, Fergus didn't know. They'd looked into Alvin before but came up empty. Just yesterday they'd gone to confront Alvin again. The man played it cool, claimed he had nothing to do with the attack. Even showed proof that Nightfang and Damon had been in France that whole time. The cops had nothing to hold him on. Turns out the Skyhowl Pack's done a lot of favors for France, and without solid evidence, no one was touching them. Joel frowned. The Bloodmoon Pack hasn't made serious enemies in decades. Why now? Then something seemed to click in his mind. He froze. Wait, could it be him? No, can't be. There's no way. Richard caught that. Who? Who do you mean? Joel didn't answer right away. His face turned stiff, and there was a flicker of pain in his eyes. Whatever it was, he clearly didn't want to dig into it. Richard was getting more and more curious. So who the hell is it? It can't be him, Joel muttered to himself like he wasn't sure. Dad, you know something, don't you? Richard shifted slightly, but the pain from his wound hit hard again, forcing him to lie back down. Joel let out a heavy sigh. The only one who ever had beef with the Bloodmoon Pack was Ezra, but he died 30 years ago, drowned at sea. It just can't be him. You mean my uncle? Richard had heard the stories. Joel had a brother named Ezra, Richard's grandfather's illegitimate son, raised overseas. Ezra got brought back to the Bloodmoon Pack when Sylvia, feeling pity for him, took him in. But Ezra went down a dark path, colluding with outsiders to attack the pack. Even after getting caught, he didn't stop. He got hooked on gambling, racked up a huge debt with the Origate, even embezzled pack funds. Sylvia bailed him out, but he still wouldn't change. He even tried to hurt Joel. Thankfully, the plot was discovered before it was too late. Ezra's schemes backfired, and he ended up falling into the sea. Sylvia, soft-hearted as she was, still had a memorial built for him at the Bloodmoon Ancestral Mountain. His spirit tablet was placed in the family shrine. That was about as merciful as anyone could be. Richard barely remembered hearing about Ezra when he was little, just random things his grandmother would say. Eventually, people stopped talking about him altogether. Over time, he faded into obscurity. Joel shook his head. That's why I said it couldn't have been him. His speedboat blew up. He was already injured. Middle of the ocean like that, surviving wasn't even an option. But other than him, I really can't think of anyone else who holds such hate against the Bloodmoon Pack. Could it be one of his kids? Richard guessed. He had none. His wife was 5 months pregnant at the time. She went down with him, Joel said flatly. Richard frowned. You guys went out of your way to treat him right. He was the one who lost his way. Even if he somehow made it out alive, why would he turn around and attack us? You said it yourself. He was twisted. Who knows what he wouldn't be capable of? Joel still struggled to believe it could be Ezra. No, it has to be someone else. Mason Davis jumped in. Could be someone with a grudge against the Bloodmoon Pack, or maybe someone who's after your wealth. You guys have a lot. Jealousy's bound to follow. You've got a point, Joel replied, his tone grim. He knew well about the treasure tied to the Bloodmoon Pack. Was that what this was all about? Richard was already thinking along similar lines. Maybe someone who knew the Bloodmoon Pack's secrets was trying to cash in. Joel turned to his son. What matters most right now is that you focus on healing. Nothing else is more important. I get it, Dad. Don't worry, I'm fine. I've got Perry with me. She's got everything covered. You and Uncle Mason go get some rest back at the hotel. Joel gave Perry a few instructions before leaving. He felt better knowing Richard was going to be okay. This was the younger generation's fight now. Mason, still confused, frowned. Ezra being alive, that's impossible. So who's behind this? And who has the power to pull something like this off? Joel was also in the dark, and it weighed heavily on him. Get someone on this. Find out who's turning against us. We can't count on the police alone for something like this. Got it. I'll make the calls right now, Mason said, already pulling out his phone. Perry held the glass to Richard's lips, helping him take a few sips of water. She didn't press him about the Bloodmoon Pack's past grudges, but the worry in her eyes was obvious. Richard didn't keep anything from her. After all, they were married now, and as far as he was concerned, she was part of the pack. He shared what he knew about Ezra. I wasn't even born when the shipwreck happened, so I only know what my grandma told me. According to her, there was absolutely no way Ezra and his wife could have survived. Perry's heart skipped a beat. Wait, so you're saying your aunt was pregnant at the time? That means someone planned to kill the baby I'm carrying now? Richard froze. You think this might have been something my uncle planned? Perry shook her head slowly. I'm not saying that exactly. Just, it could have been someone under him, or even one of his brothers. Anything's possible. Could be they got the Skyhowl Pack involved to move against us. Can't rule it out, Richard muttered. But the Bloodmoon Pack treated Ezra pretty well back then. Why would he turn on us like that? Perry gave a faint smile. Only they know what really happened back then. According to my dad, your uncle owed a ton of gambling debt to people in Origate. I'll ask the elders once I'm back. Yeah, good idea. Richard still couldn't wrap his head around Ezra being involved in all this, but at this point, nothing was certain. It was all just guesswork. Perry, there's something else you might not know. There's been rumors for years about some hidden treasure belonging to the Bloodmoon Pack. Gold bars, jewelry, the works. Oh, I've heard that one. Perry raised an eyebrow. But aren't those just tall tales? They're real, Richard said, not hiding the truth. The Bloodmoon Pack definitely has a treasure hidden somewhere. Perry paused, trying to process. So what you're saying is, maybe someone's after the treasure? That's why they're trying to wipe out the Bloodmoon Pack? Could be. We won't know for sure till we keep digging. Richard was clearly getting tired from talking so much. Perry held his hand, her voice soft. Get some rest. Don't push yourself. Richard looked over at her, eyes filled with warmth. You've been running around nonstop these days. Why don't you lie down too? You're still carrying our baby. She squeezed his hand gently. Okay, I will. Once you fall asleep, I'll go rest too. Just then, Perry's phone rang. It was Jasper. Boss, someone just showed up at Origate, says his name is Miles, claims he's Alexander's son. What? Perry's voice tensed. I'm heading over now. What's going on, boss? Dylan asked from the side with concern. I've got to make a quick trip back to Origate, Perry said over her shoulder, grabbing her bag and quickly heading out. Up in the CEO's office at the top floor of Origate, a man in a black coat stood with his back to the door, casually smoking and letting out soft puffs of smoke. Jasper stood quietly nearby, visibly relieved when Perry arrived. Boss, that's him. The man slowly turned around, gaze sharp and intense. There was a quiet edge in his eyes. You're Perry, the head of Origate? Perry stepped in closer. Miles Hall? He smashed out the cigarette. Yeah, I'm Miles. Alexander was my father. Perry studied him carefully, her eyes narrowing. There was a definite trace of Alexander's features in the man's strong brow and sharp gaze. You expect me to just take your word for it? The guy was built like a typical werewolf, tall, solid frame with sharp features and a full beard. Definitely looked like a guy with mixed blood in his veins. Origate was originally founded by Alexander Hall's father, and Alexander just followed in his footsteps. Right from the beginning, Origate had ties to the underworld. When Alexander was young, he lived wild and free, always surrounded by different women. One of them was Miles' mother, Mary. He'd met Mary in France. They didn't get married, but she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. They barely visited New York, though. Back then, Alexander had made quite a few enemies while running Origate. Looking out for their safety, he kept them in France. Still, trouble found them. 20 years ago, Alexander got ambushed in France. He was on the run with Mary and the kids when they got separated. Someone saved him, but Mary and the kids disappeared. At the time, Miles and his sister Valerie were only 5. Alexander tried to find them, put people on it for years, but came up empty. Eventually, he gave up. Women always came and went in his life, but for some reason, after that incident, it was like he couldn't have children anymore. Alexander had always been knee-deep in gambling and gang stuff. To him, women were just fleeting amusements. He took in a few disciples over the years. The one he liked best was Jasper, but even Jasper wasn't enough to carry Origate forward. Luckily, he crossed paths with Perry Lake. She'd saved his life once, and she had an insane knack for gambling. A few years back, Alexander got set up by someone, one of the same enemies who had chased him and his family long ago. Maybe that guy thought Alexander was on his way out. He came clean. He said Mary had gotten away with the kids after the separation, probably went into hiding to avoid being tracked down. Before Alexander died, he passed Origate down to Perry. He wasn't sure if his kids were still alive, but the clan needed someone to steer the ship. He hoped Perry could find them. If Miles turned out to be capable, he'd pass it on to him. If not, then it stayed with Perry. He even named her his adopted daughter, kind of like keeping the lineage going in another way. Perry remembered Alexander's words as she looked at the man in front of her. Tell me, how'd you get separated from Alexander? The man went quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Back then, our dad came to France for a business deal and stopped by to see us. That's when they came after him. While running, we lost sight of him. After that, Mom took me and my sister into hiding. We were so young, we didn't even know what Dad did for a living. It wasn't until last month when Mom passed away that she told us everything. Her final wish was for me to come here and find him. I didn't expect him to be gone already. What he said lined up with what Alexander had shared before he died. If Mary had really gone into hiding with the kids, clearly she'd been terrified. And considering Alexander's colorful past, she'd just been one in a long line of women. Her choosing to protect her children made total sense. So, even if you know all this, it doesn't prove you're his son. I'll need a DNA test. You okay with that? The guy seemed like he was expecting it and didn't even flinch. No problem. He reached up, plucked a few hairs, and handed them to Perry. Will this do? She accepted the hair, feeling a burst of hope. If she could actually find Alexander's children, it would mean a lot. This is fine. Thanks for going along with it. You just got into New York? Got a place to stay? Miles nodded. Not yet. Still figuring things out. Perry glanced at the time. All right then, let's get you checked into the Crown Regent Hotel. It's nearly lunchtime anyway. Go grab a bite first. She called Jasper, and the three of them headed over to the hotel. They sat down at a table on the second floor. Perry kept her eyes on Miles, sizing him up. So, how have you and your mom been all these years? Miles's eyes suddenly reddened. Honestly, we barely saw my dad growing up. I can only remember a handful of times. He'd show up in a rush and leave just as fast. He was never really close to us. My sister and I were still kids back then, and we'd see other kids with their dads, and we wanted the same. But Mom told us he was out there doing something really important and that he'd come back once everything was settled. After we lost touch with him, Mom took us to the countryside. Over time, my sister and I got used to life without him. We grew up there, and then each of us moved to big cities for school and work. About a month ago, Mom got really sick, so we hurried back home. That's when she finally told us the truth about Dad. She said she took us into hiding back then because someone was after him. I think maybe she knew he had a lot of women around him, and she didn't want to share him with them, so she chose to disappear instead. She always believed he had a bunch of kids, and letting us look for him was her way of making sure we at least knew who our father was. His story was detailed, and Perry couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. You've both really been through a lot. By the way, where's your sister? My sister Valerie stayed back in France. She didn't come with me. I just had a look at Aurigate. Heard you've been running things these past years? Perry nodded. Yeah, I've been in charge. What do you do for a living? Miles smiled. Back in college, I worked part-time at a casino, picked up a bit of gambling strategy. Since Perry still wasn't sure if he truly was Alexander Hall's son, she wasn't ready to make any arrangements for him. Just stay at the hotel for now. Once the DNA results are back, we'll talk future plans. Miles shrugged. I trust my mother. Miss Lake, people say you're really good at gambling? Perry chuckled. I'm decent. Can't say I'm unbeatable, but most people can't take me down. Miles' eyes lit up. That already sounds impressive. You'll have to teach me sometime. What kind of job do you have in France? Miles grinned. I work in cybersecurity, mostly stopping hackers and guarding systems against viruses. Perry responded, sounds solid. Just then, the food arrived. Perry called out, let's eat. Oh, right. You just got in from France. Yeah, but I'm good with the food here. I'll manage, Miles replied. He seemed pretty hungry. Perry looked a bit more at ease. Glad you're adjusting. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll sort it out. Miles gave a small nod. Let's wait until the results are in first. Most of what I told you is from my mom. I want to know the truth, too. Fair enough. She respected his attitude. After the meal, Perry and Jasper walked Miles to his room, booking him a luxury business suite. She reminded him, you can eat at the hotel and just put it on the tab. I'll take care of the bill with the hotel. Miles smiled. Appreciate it, but no need. I've worked for 3 years now, got some savings to cover myself. Perry didn't push. She got back in the car with Jasper, planning to send Miles' head to the hospital's forensics lab. They still had Alexander's DNA on file. Testing would clear things up. Jasper started the engine. I really think he's the real deal. What he said matches everything Master told us, and he didn't dodge a single question. Super cooperative. Perry sighed, eyes narrowing slightly. Maybe. But it all felt too smooth, like he had a script, no pause, no thinking, just automatic answers, like he knew exactly what I was going to ask. Well, if he's Master's son, he'd know all this stuff, right? Perry shook her head. We'll see when the results are back. All right then. They arrived at the lab and Jasper made sure to request a rush on the test. Jasper had joined under Alexander 10 years ago when he was just 15, fresh out of middle school. Raised in an orphanage, he was smart and picked up gambling tricks fast. After school, he didn't have the option to keep studying. He had to make ends meet and hope to give back to the orphanage that raised him. That year, he applied for a job at Origate, hoping to become a dealer. But they turned him away because of his age. He didn't give up, though, kept showing up every day, pestering the supervisor, saying he'd do anything, clean floors if he had to. He even showed off some sleight of hand skills. Alexander happened to be inspecting the casino that day. He noticed the kid's talent and persistence. Something about Jasper caught his eye, and seeing how determined and pitiful he looked, Alexander decided to take him in as an apprentice. Boss, where to now? Jasper, 2 years older than Perry, always called her boss out of respect. Perry studied his face for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. Then she blinked, returning to the present. I'm heading to the Bloodmoon Pack. You go back to Origate. Compared to Miles, her instincts hinted at another possibility, Jasper. Perry and Jasper arrived at the Crown Regent Hotel. Waiting for them was one of the older seniors, Wade Gordon. He was pushing 70, hair graying, but still looked sharp and healthy, with a commanding look in his eyes. Miss Lake, you've really done a great job running Origate these past few years. I'm impressed. Perry smiled. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. You guys laid the groundwork. Wade, I actually called you here to ask you about something. Wade nodded. Sure, go ahead. The two had only met once before, so Perry kept it formal. It's about something that happened over 30 years ago. Do you recall a man named Ezra gambling at Origate? I heard he racked up quite a bit of debt with loan sharks. Wade thought for a moment. Yes, I remember a guy named Ezra. He stood out because he was a young master from the Bloodmoon Pack. At first, he was just there with clients, didn't gamble himself, but after some urging, he played a few rounds, small bets. I remember thinking he had pretty good self-control. The two guys he came with walked away with decent winnings, but he didn't get tempted. Perry frowned. Then what happened? Wade took a sip of tea. That part's a bit fuzzy. At some point, Ezra joined in more seriously. Started winning first, then got more into it. Played bigger and bigger. I wasn't always on site, so I don't know all the details, but he trailed off like there was more he wasn't saying. Perry leaned in slightly. Something wrong? Wade let out a sigh. It's all in the past. No point bringing it up. The more he brushed it off, the more curious Perry got. Wade, I'll be straight with you. Someone's targeting the Bloodmoon Pack. I have to get to the bottom of this. Wade blinked, surprised. Someone? You think it's Ezra? Perry shook her head. I'm not sure. That's why I need to understand what really pushed Ezra into gambling. Wade, please. I need you to tell me. Wade fell silent, opened his mouth a few times, but swallowed his words every time. Perry added softly, Don't worry. No one will know we talked. I'm not here to expose you. I just wanted to talk, because you're part of Origate's history. You came back. I just felt we should have this conversation. Wade finally relaxed a little. There was this one time I overheard a guy who was close to Ezra talking on the phone while sneaking a smoke in the stairwell. He said Ezra had taken the bait and they could move forward with their plan. That was over 30 years ago, but those two lines stuck with me like a thorn in my chest. I kept quiet back then because I was too scared. And honestly, as someone managing Origate, jumping into guests' personal issues wasn't my place. We all know what happened next. Ezra lost a ton of money, borrowed from loan sharks. It spiraled. Perry felt a chill run down her spine. So you're saying he was set up? He didn't just fall into gambling on his own? Wade took another sip of tea. I don't know for sure. I'm just telling you what I saw and heard. I always wondered if there was more to it. I mean, there were those two werewolves egging him on, and something about the cigars he smoked. Perry's face was tight. Are you saying someone tampered with the cigars? No, not tampered. I mean, the cigars themselves were never right to begin with, Wade muttered, sinking into thought. Miss Lake, there are things I really shouldn't talk about. I'm old, and I don't want trouble. This involves the Bloodmoon Pack, and they've got serious power. That's not something I want to mess with. Perry tried to reassure him. Richard is my husband. I'll keep you safe, Wade. So, if someone really did frame Ezra, who could it have been? Was it someone from the Bloodmoon Pack? Jasper looked nervous. No way, seriously? Wade shook his head. I can't say for sure, but back then, Alpha Sylvia, she wasn't to be underestimated. Some things don't need to be spelled out, just hinted. Perry caught on immediately. You think the old lady set Ezra up, but people said she treated him like her own, always kind, even brought him back to stay by her side. Wade gave a small, knowing smile. Who really knows what went on behind closed doors? Anyway, it doesn't matter now. Ezra's been gone for 30 years, died in the sea. As for why, I can't say. I only remember what happened at Origate, and even that's kind of fuzzy now. Perry raised her glass slightly and clinked it with his. To you, thanks for the info. Really, that meant a lot. Then she glanced at him and brought up Miles. Hey Wade, have you ever seen what Miles was like as a kid? Wade shook his head. Nah, never met him. Back then, the old chairman had a lot of she-wolves around. He barely showed up to see his own kids, only recognized the siblings after a DNA test. So Miles is back now? Perry nodded. Yeah, but he's acting off. Honestly, it doesn't feel like he's here to help Origate. More like he's trying to wreck the place. Wade let out a sigh. Well, being abandoned by your dad like that, maybe he's holding a grudge. That actually made some sense. Perry agreed. Right? None of us have ever met him before. He says he's Alexander's son, but he hasn't even been back in New York that long, and already he's acting weird, like really pushy. Keeps demanding I hand over my shares and the management rights. Feels fishy, doesn't it? Wade just gave a small smile. Hard to say for sure. I just hope no one's pulling his strings. That'd really mess things up. Being manipulated. That had crossed Perry's mind too. You think someone's using him? Who would? Wade shook his head. No clue yet, but let's be real. There are plenty of shady people out there. Plus, Miles basically showed up out of nowhere. He's been living overseas all this time. Who knows who he's been around? That was exactly what Perry had been fearing. What if someone like Ezra or the Skyhowl Pack had gotten to him? Wade sighed again. It's a shame, really. Alexander was a force, owned both sides of the business world, but he never had a son around to carry the torch. Good thing you stepped in. Perry sat up a little straighter. It's not like I plan to take over Origate forever. If Miles proves he's capable, I'm more than willing to step back and let him have it. Wade looked at her and added, That's not what I meant. You're doing a great job running things, honestly. As for Miles, well, let's see if he's got what it takes. Jasper stayed quietly off to the side, refilling drinks and tea without a word, handling everything with calm precision. Back at the Bloodmoon Pack, Perry repeated everything Wade had shared with Richard. Maybe our pack really did wrong Ezra back then. Back then, Richard hadn't even been born. All he knew about Ezra came from his grandmother, and she hardly ever mentioned him, like she didn't even want to remember he existed. Wasn't Ezra lost at sea? Are you saying he had allies? That someone might be using his grudge to come after our pack now? Perry didn't have a clear answer either. You don't know of anyone else with a deep grudge against Bloodmoon, do you? Richard took a deep breath. Whether it was Ezra or not, I think it's time I dig into what happened 30 years ago. Once home, Richard called Byron over and told him to start looking into those old events. Byron looked confused. Wait, Ezra was tricked into showing up at Origate for gambling and someone set him up? Richard frowned. That's what it sounds like, but so far it's just one version of the story. We'll have to verify it. Byron hesitated, then added, Given Ezra's background, I mean, it's not too hard to imagine the old lady taking matters into her own hands back then. She-wolves can be pretty ruthless when they want to be. Richard's gaze turned cold. Byron quickly backpedaled. What I meant was, maybe she was just trying to protect her son. Or I don't know, maybe Wade misremembered it. Maybe someone's twisting the truth to stir chaos in the pack. It's still too soon to say. Look into it. If Ezra's really owed something, I'll pay it back. But if he's stirring up trouble, no way I'm letting him off easy. Richard's voice was low and cold. Anything could be possible. Maybe Ezra hadn't died at sea. Maybe he was just hiding, watching their every move. Byron saw the heavy look on Richard's face and quickly stepped aside to start making calls. Richard leaned back in his chair. After Byron finished the first call, Richard added, "While you're at it, dig into Miles Hall. I want everything on him." Perry had told him that Miles had shoved her. Whether it was intentional or not was unclear, but it definitely didn't seem like just an accident. "Got it," Byron said, already dialing again. Later that afternoon, Richard took Perry to the hospital for her 4-month pregnancy checkup. He didn't expect Joel to be there too, who greeted them with a grin. "Came to talk to the hospital director. You guys going for an ultrasound?" Perry could read between the lines. Joel clearly wanted to know if they were having a boy or a girl. Especially after the miscarriage last time, the fact that she was now carrying twins just made the excitement even bigger. When they walked out of the ultrasound room, Joel couldn't hold back. "So, what's the verdict?" Richard's face lit up with joy. "One boy, one girl." Joel exhaled, a huge smile on his face. The sun was already setting. "Perfect. A grandson and a granddaughter. The ancestors of Bloodmoon must be smiling down on us. I'm going to be a grandpa finally. Perry, Richard, we've got to celebrate this. I'm calling Benjamin right now." Perry placed a hand on her slightly rounded belly, feeling as thrilled as the rest of them. A boy and a girl, couldn't have asked for more. She felt extremely blessed. Benjamin soon arrived at Cloud Palace, cake in hand. "Brought your favorite flavor, sis." Richard chuckled. "That cake's loaded with cream. You'll gain weight like crazy. Even Luna's been putting on pounds eating stuff like that. Maybe go easy?" "If Benjamin brought it, of course I'm eating it." Perry grinned and dug right in. With twins on the way, she felt totally entitled to indulge a little. Benjamin was mostly recovered now, which gave Joel a new thing to nag about, his son's lackluster love life. "Benjamin, you need to catch up. Your brother's about to be a dad already." Benjamin had been seriously burned by Alicia, and while he'd unknowingly fallen for Perry later, she ended up being Luna. At this point, women just weren't really on his radar. "No rush. I'm way younger than him anyway." Richard, still high on baby bliss, fussed over Perry as she ate. The whole vibe was warm and happy. Benjamin casually asked, "So, you're really skipping the wedding?" They'd initially planned for one, but Richard had been badly injured in an attack, and Perry's pregnancy was progressing quickly, so they ultimately called it off. Richard glanced at Perry with a soft smile. "You tell me." Perry had always dreamt of walking down the aisle in a white wedding dress, that classic fairy tale moment, and Richard had just wanted to help make that dream happen. "Let's wait. Once the babies are here, we'll think about it again." Benjamin frowned slightly. "Wouldn't that feel like a regret, though?" Perry laughed gently. "Happiness isn't about a fancy wedding. It's about caring for each other every day. And Richard's been amazing. I really don't need anything else." Joel couldn't have felt luckier about this daughter-in-law. Perry's thoughtful and sensible. "You marrying her is the best thing that's ever happened to this pack, Richard. Make sure you cherish her." He was already busy planning for her postpartum care. The hospital had a top-end maternity center that was always full and needed to be booked months ahead. Joel personally called them to make sure Perry got the best room. Perry felt truly cherished, like the whole world was revolving around her. Then her phone buzzed. It was Francis. He guessed she'd be at a checkup around this time and called to check in. When he heard she was carrying twins, he got all excited. "That's amazing, Perry. Hey, how about this? Tomorrow, bring Richard and come home for lunch, all right?" Perry wasn't about to take any chances. Protecting the twins was her top priority now, so she came up with a quick excuse. "We're busy tomorrow, maybe another time." Francis had only wanted to see her out of a brief wave of joy, so her refusal left him a bit deflated. "All right then, take care of yourself, Perry." After hanging up, the Ashen Pack was still seated around the dinner table. Irene gave a mocking smile. "You see her like a daughter, but I doubt she still sees this place as home." Jonathan lit up with excitement. "Perry's pregnant with twins? That's awesome!" "Soon I'll have 2 little munchkins tagging along behind me, yelling, 'Uncle!'" Sarah quietly scoffed. "Why are you so thrilled? Doesn't have much to do with you." Irene hid her real feelings, keeping things polite in front of Francis. "Sarah, watch your words. Perry's your sister. This is a happy occasion for us." Jonathan clearly wasn't as scheming as the two of them. "Exactly. Perry's my big sis, and those babies are going to call me uncle, end of story." Sarah rolled her eyes. Has she ever even treated you like a brother? Jonathan looked a little awkward. I see her as my sister, so she should see me as her brother. Think about how you treated her before. She's even willing to forgive you, which says a lot. Don't push it too far. We're family. And with her status now, she wouldn't bother to mess with you even if she could. Sarah gave him a light smack on the head. She's totally brainwashed you, huh? Jonathan tried reasoning. Don't be so harsh. Having a good relationship with Perry only helps us. Tons of people out there would kill for a connection to Richard and the Bloodmoon Pack. We've got that for free, and you're just throwing it away. Even if Richard doesn't help us openly, just saying he's my brother-in-law gets me respect out there. Francis agreed. Jonathan's got it right. You two are so short-sighted. People would give anything for what you have, and yet you keep pushing her away. No brains at all, seriously. Irene caught a whiff of Francis's true nature, same old opportunistic self. Maybe him wanting to get closer to Perry and Richard wasn't out of some fatherly affection after all? Francis's comments made Irene smirk coldly. So he wasn't moved by the truth behind Helena and Damien's story. He was still the same schemer. Good, she actually felt relieved realizing it. We've tried getting closer to Perry too, but she still keeps her distance. I'd die for her if needed. There was a time she really opened up to me. Then Damien showed up and everything changed. Who knows what he told her? Sarah said coldly, nothing good, that's for sure. Damien probably came back to get revenge for himself and Helena. Irene shivered. Don't be so creepy. I heard he's going to be working in New York? Francis had already looked into it. Even if he is, so what? Not like he's going to shake the world. Jonathan chimed in. If we can collaborate with him, it'd be a win for us. Francis gave him a thumbs up. Now that's thinking ahead. Jonathan, Perry's never had much of a problem with you. Try reaching out when you can. If she introduces you to Damien, he'll definitely respect her opinion. Sarah frowned. So we're just stuck with Perry for life, huh? Irene shot her a false smile. Why get rid of her? If she's useful to us, isn't that even better? Back at the Bloodmoon Pack, Perry spotted the familiar ruby necklace. Joel explained that Richard's grandfather had once spent a fortune on it as a gift for Ezra's mother, Daphne. That gesture had upset Sylvia, but she never made a scene. She just held it in, quiet as ever. Back then, all Joel could see was his mother's pain, and yet her kindness never wavered. Even though Ezra kept messing up, she still chose to forgive him every single time. Joel really couldn't wrap his head around the idea that Ezra might still be alive. Richard and the others were just guessing, because honestly, they couldn't think of anyone else who'd hate the Bloodmoon Pack this much. Glancing at Benjamin, Joel couldn't help but sigh. I just don't get it. The pack treated Ezra like family. Sure, he didn't have to be grateful, but he came back for revenge? That's twisted. Richard carefully tucked the necklace away. Dad, maybe it's not as simple as it looks. We're still digging, hoping we can pin down the truth. Here's to a successful partnership. David raised his glass and clinked it with Richard's. Once this film studio's up and running, it'll be the biggest we've ever built. Modern vibes, ancient castles, spots perfect for all kinds of scenes. Perry perked up. I'd love to see it when it's ready. Richard gently squeezed her hand. You will. Once the babies are born, we'll go together. David's eyes flicked briefly toward Perry's belly. Over 7 months along now, and since she's having twins, it really showed. Congrats, Alpha Richard. You're about to be a dad. That was pretty much Richard's happiest news ever. But David's smile faded just a bit. He'd been on the edge of that joy once himself, until Sylvia's scheming ended it all. His mate and their unborn child had died at sea, and he came out of that wreckage with his body broken and his future as a father stolen. He'd lost everything, nearly died, and all while Joel got to live his perfect little family dream. David had made a vow. Every bit of pain he'd been through, he'd return to Sylvia and Joel tenfold. He even found out that Sylvia had her hands in his mother's death too. Sadly, she died before he could make her pay for that. But one day, he'd make sure she was erased from this world. Watching Joel and Richard smiling like life was good, David felt the pain tighten in his chest. But he played it cool. He was good at that. He'd waited over 3 decades for this moment. He could wait a little longer. There was no way this father-son duo knew he was still breathing. Ezra never died. Since Perry couldn't drink, she lifted her glass of juice and toasted. A toast to David. Thanks again for getting those Heart Bond bottles back to me. I heard you've been really active in charity. Bloodmoon Pack's donations are everywhere. Makes me admire you even more. David gave a small smile. It's nothing. Money's just numbers unless it's helping someone. I just do what I can. Bloodmoon's been running charities too. Miss Lake has saved a ton of lives. He really had donated quite a bit. Life in the Skyhowl Pack was dangerous. You walked a fine line every day. On one hand, he took part in shady business, but on the other, he still tried to do some good. Guess that saying's true. There's no such thing as a pure villain, and no one's ever 100% good. In the morning, David went to the cemetery with Travis Lane. They first paid respects to his great-grandfather Andrew, then stopped in front of Sylvia's grave. Staring at her photo on the tombstone, something twisted in David's chest. Who would have guessed that behind that kind-looking face hid someone so ruthless? His voice was low but full of anger as he spat. What a pity, you didn't live long enough. If you were still around, I'd make sure you paid for every single thing you did to me. But now, I'll just let your precious family make up for it. Joel, Richard, Perry, and her unborn babies, the whole Bloodmoon Pack and your so-called treasures. Watch me tear it all down. I've got nothing left anyway. Once I'm done wrecking everything that mattered to you, I'll meet you in hell and settle the rest there. This whole life, I swear I won't let you off. His eyes were red, the fury and hate burning deep. He once was just a kid who wanted to protect his family, his pack. He never cared about wealth. He only wanted peace. Brothers sticking together, everyone happy. That was enough for him. But no, Sylvia couldn't handle seeing someone else shine. She could have just ended him quick, but no. She had to fake being the kind elder, smiling up front while stabbing him in the back. Killing him wasn't enough, she had to crush him inside too. At 9 months pregnant, Perry was staying put at home. Joel had personally brought her grandfather over to keep her company, and she was taking things easy. Just short walks in the yard, little chats with Joel and the elder. That evening, Richard came home and mentioned over dinner, I need to make a trip to France tomorrow. There's a project with the Bloodmoon Pack that I need to check out on site. France? Right now? Perry's heart instantly sank. Does it really have to be this week? Richard caught the worry in her eyes. Just a week, tops. I'll be back before you know it. You've still got a month till your due date. We'll make it in time. Joel hesitated. We've got her covered here at home, no doubt, but in case the baby comes early. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Perry said. I've hit full term already. It could happen any time. Can't it wait a month? Richard took her hand gently. 1 week, I promise. I'll be back before anything happens. He figured with a whole month to go, things should be fine. I'll be back before the due date, I swear. Perry didn't argue, but the unease in her heart only grew stronger. She really didn't want him leaving now of all times, but this was his work, and werewolves always put duty first. Bryce offered a reassuring smile. Perry, let Richard go. I've done all the checkups. There's still some time. I'll keep watching closely, and if anything changes, I'll make sure Richard gets back in time. True, the household had enough people to help take care of her, but none of them could replace Richard. At this stage, he was the one person she needed most. Still, since he'd made the decision, there was no turning it back. She let out a breath. Fine, but you better be back within a week. That was her bottom line. I promise, Richard said, doing quick mental math. A week should be more than enough. Later, back in their room, Perry started packing for him. I'm only packing clothes for a week, no extra time. Got it? Richard pulled her into his arms. I've got it. I'll be back in time. Don't worry. Perry walked into the walk-in closet. As she reached for a hanger, it slipped from her hand and hit the floor, leaving a sharp edge that nicked her palm. She let out a sudden cry at the sting. What happened? Richard rushed over, took her finger with the cut, and gently put it to his lips, sucking the blood out. Let me handle this, okay? Just sit and rest. Perry felt a weight in her chest she couldn't shake. That feeling of looming doom just wouldn't go away. She didn't dare voice it. Richard was about to leave, and she didn't want to pile on negative thoughts. but no matter how she tried, her mind wouldn't settle. The influence Skyhowl Pack has in France. I'm just worried. Richard gave her head a comforting rub. Don't stress. I'll have a car waiting once I land. Then I'll be going with David for the site visit. He's got it all sorted. David? Perry blinked. Don't you think something's off about him? Really? Richard had been working with David for a while now and saw him as a steady guy, decent and polite. Nothing felt off to him. Babe, you're just overthinking. Seriously, he seems solid. I still feel uneasy. Perry's heart was racing a bit. It's not just that I hate being apart from you. I'm actually scared you might be stepping into something dangerous over there. Richard hadn't considered that. In his mind, there wasn't exactly danger waiting for him. And if Ezra really does plan something, this could be a chance to flush him out. Perry leaned into him, resting her head on his chest. I just want you to come back safe and sound, okay? Let's not talk about Ezra for now. Come on, Perry. It's just a business trip, not a war zone, Richard said with a chuckle, kissed her on the forehead, and got back to packing. In the morning, Perry and Byron took him to the airport. Even though her heart was heavy, she still smiled and walked him to security. Byron noticed something was off. You look really bothered. What's wrong? Perry watched Richard's figure disappear beyond the checkpoint. I've had this nervous energy since last night. Couldn't stop thinking something might happen, but I couldn't stop him. He really wanted to go. Byron, you have to make sure some people watch over him quietly. You know how driven Richard is. He'll overlook things trying to do everything himself. She couldn't justify dragging Richard back just because of a gut feeling. That'd only annoy him. Byron, much like Richard, didn't believe the trip to France posed any real risk. But seeing how worried Perry was, he nodded anyway. All right, I'll arrange for someone to look after him secretly. Don't stress so much. You need to stay calm for the babies. But Perry just couldn't settle down. I don't know. It just feels like something bad's about to hit. It won't. Richard's strong. He'll handle whatever comes, Byron said gently, helping her into the car to take her back to Bloodmoon Pack. There was too much going on in the pack for him to go to France. Back at the compound, Perry sat in the yard with Joel and her grandfather, trying to look engaged, but her mind was far away. She kept glancing at the sky, watching planes pass overhead, wondering if Richard's flight had landed yet. Bryce chuckled. Perry, couples are bound to spend time apart every now and then. A little distance makes the heart grow fonder, clingier even. Joel looked pleased. These two are really close. Of course she'll miss him. That's love. Perry stayed quiet. They all thought she was just missing him, but deep down she knew it wasn't just about missing Richard. The Skyhowl Pack still had it out for them, and Ezra, he was still hiding in the shadows. I'm fine, Grandpa, Dad. No need to worry about me. Bryce smiled. Just try to stay cheerful every day. If you're feeling stuck, go get some fresh air or hang out with your friends. But Perry didn't feel like going anywhere. She just sat there, zoning out in the yard. It was close to evening when Gina showed up, bringing some gifts along. When Perry brought up her worries, Gina told her she could ask some friends in France to keep an eye out and quietly look after Richard. Perry was more concerned about a sneak attack. Those things just hit when you least expect them. Gina figured sitting at home all day wasn't helping, so she dragged Perry out for dinner. With Richard out of town, they were being extra cautious and chose a high-end private club with good privacy. Brant came too. He was walking beside a girl in a cap and mask, clearly trying to keep a low profile. Brant stayed close to her protectively. When he saw Perry and the others, he stopped. He wasn't trying to hide it anyway. They'd all met before. The girl glanced at Gina and greeted politely. Hi there. Brant chimed in too. What a coincidence. Didn't expect to run into you here. Gina gave a small nod in return, more courtesy than anything, no specific expression on her face. Then a girl nearby suddenly blurted, Isn't that Madeline, the award-winning actress? It's really her. A few fans swarmed over. Madeline, can we take a picture with you? Madeline looked a bit helpless, disguised and still recognized. Brant lightly patted her shoulder. It's okay. Go ahead. Madeline finally pulled off her mask to snap some photos, even signed autographs. One fan even handed over her shirt for a signature, and Madeline didn't even hesitate, clearly used to it. After the photos, she came back and clung to Brant's arm, rubbing against him a little. Brant smiled but looked slightly awkward about the over-the-top affection. "Let's go," Vincent said, leading them to the private room. "Can't believe how obsessed people are with celebs these days. What's she really done anyway? Just made a few movies and looks decent, that's all." Gina sighed. "This world's just like that. Look at Perry. She's amazing, saved lives, but no one's lining up to fangirl over her." But Perry's head was still full of worry over Richard, so she didn't pay much attention. Suddenly her phone rang, snapping her out of it. Richard's name was on the screen. She hurriedly answered. "Hello." Richard had just landed and was still at the airport. Knowing how anxious she must be, he called right away. "I'm here. How are you holding up?" Her voice trembled a little. "I'm fine. Having dinner with Gina. Is the baby behaving?" "Yeah." Perry had so much she wanted to say, but the words just wouldn't come out. She stood up and stepped outside the room. "How about you?" "I'm good. David's picking me up. I'll call you again when I can." She opened her mouth, ready to speak, but the line was already dead. "That's just how it is with career-driven werewolves," someone joked. "I'm okay. I'm gonna hit the restroom." Perry mumbled, clearly not in the best mood. Downstairs, Brant and Madeline had just finished chatting with someone and were heading up. Seeing Perry looking off, Brant asked gently, "You all right?" Madeline, who knew Brant had feelings for Perry before, kept her grip tight on his arm and added sweetly, "Miss Lake, are you okay?" Perry forced a small smile. "I'm fine." Then she turned to leave. Brant called after her. "Richard's gone to France, hasn't he?" That made her pause. "Yeah. Don't stress, he'll be back soon," Brant said, not really sure how to comfort her. His pack had a small share in that project in France too, but he was only a minor stakeholder. Richard and David were the big players. In contrast, Brant held a major share in the Larkridge film base. "Okay." Perry turned and walked toward the restroom. Brant's eyes darkened as he watched her leave. Madeline's face turned sour. "Brant, you seem really into her, huh?" His feelings for Perry went way beyond just concern. It was written all over his face. Perry had always been the one he couldn't let go of, the unreachable one, the one he'd never stop loving. What he felt for Perry, he couldn't give to anyone else, not even Madeline. "Let's go," Brant said as he led Madeline toward a private room across the hall. Madeline followed, clearly upset by his cold demeanor. He didn't explain, didn't even seem to care what she felt. "Brant, I asked you a question. Do you still have feelings for Perry?" Brant didn't want to go there. It was a conversation he had no answer for. "You're overthinking it. She's Richard's mate and one of my best friends. Plus she helped heal my dad's chronic illness. It's only natural I care." "But it sucks being with someone who's still hung up on another she-wolf. It hurts, okay?" Madeline pouted. "I'm scared I'll end up like Gina. One day you'll just be done with me and move on." Brant's mind flashed with Gina's face for a second. "Gina and I were just friends. She's over it now. You don't need to worry." Still, he never really answered her question. He didn't say she wouldn't be dumped. He also didn't deny loving Perry. Madeline kept her cool for now. She really did like him. "All right then, Brant. Just promise me one thing. If you ever fall for someone else, just let me know. Yeah, it'll hurt, but I won't cling. I'll let go, like Gina did." Brant just brushed it off with, "You're not like Gina." Madeline wouldn't let it drop. "Then can I be like Perry?" Brant's brows tightened. No one could replace Perry. But Perry was Richard's wife. She was off limits. "Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you want to eat?" That was what hurt Madeline the most. His avoidance spoke volumes. In his mind, no one ever came close to Perry. Perry struggled the first few days. She was used to Richard calling morning and evening, once to start her day, once before sleep. Knowing he was safe helped ease her longing. But on the fourth day, she waited until late night before Richard finally called. He apologized, explaining he'd stayed out late the night before at a dinner and just woke up. The time zone difference didn't help either. He told her he'd be heading into the mountains the next day for a site inspection. Might lose signal. Nothing to worry about. Perry's heart thudded uneasily. "Why do you have to go up there? Can't the local team handle it?" Richard was always driven. That's just who he was. This project was a big deal, and he wanted to oversee it personally. Plus, deep down, he had this dream to build Perry a castle. He was hoping to find the right spot. Perry spent the next day feeling like she was standing on a cliff edge. She didn't hear from Richard. Not a word. She kept checking the weather reports. Nothing unusual. Blue skies. Still, she felt off. So she headed to Bloodmoon to find Byron. Byron said he'd already reached out. Richard and David had gone into the mountain area. Probably just zero signal. Nothing alarming yet. But that only made Perry more uneasy. The Skyhowl Pack's right there in France. Why did he have to go into the mountains at all? Byron figured they couldn't just stop everything just because the Skyhowl Pack was around. Don't panic yet. Just trust Alpha. Perry was pacing back and forth in the office, one hand on her rounded belly. She was already 37 weeks along. More than anything, she hoped Richard could make it back before the baby came. Byron told her to go home and rest. Try not to stress too much. Back at Bloodmoon Pack, Joel, Bryce, and Benjamin did their best to comfort her. It had only been a day since Richard last called. No need to freak out just yet, they said. But then 2 days went by, and still not a word from Richard. Byron started getting worried too. He kept making calls and finally got something. David and Richard's car had gone off a slope. David, Travis Lane, and the head of Bloodmoon's French branch were all seriously injured. Richard? Nowhere to be found. Apparently, they'd been ambushed up in the mountains. No one knew who was behind it. The driver got hurt and lost control, causing the car to plunge down. Perry couldn't just sit there doing nothing. She rushed back to the office, only to overhear Benjamin and Byron talking at the door. Don't tell Dad or Perry yet. Let's wait till we find my brother. I get it, but this can't stay hidden forever. Perry's on edge every day. I've already sent people to investigate who was behind the attack. But why is it only my brother who's missing? Maybe the target was Alpha from the start. Perry pushed the door open, eyes wide. Something's happened to Richard, hasn't it? Byron was caught off guard, but knew there was no hiding it now. He gave her the truth. Perry's mind blanked out. It felt like the room spun. I've had a bad feeling from the start. I should have stopped him. No matter what, I should have kept him from going. This is all my fault. Benjamin tried to calm her down. You can't blame yourself. This kind of thing. You can't avoid it by staying home. Even if it wasn't this time, it could have been the next. What we need to do now is find out who did this and get my brother back. I'm scared, Perry said, her voice trembling. Her face was pale with fear. If they were going for Richard on purpose, would they really let him live? He's going to be okay, Benjamin told her firmly. But Perry's breathing got heavy, panic setting in. The blow was too much. She collapsed to the floor. Byron noticed something was wrong. Her water had broken. We've got to get her to the hospital, now. Benjamin scooped her up while Byron grabbed the car keys and led the way. They had to move fast. Perry was rushed into surgery. It had all happened so suddenly, her body and mind barely keeping up. Thankfully, the baby was full term and ready. Everyone showed up at the hospital. Joel, Bryce, Gina, Miles, Brant, Jasper, Juliet, Dean. None of them knew yet what had happened to Richard. Their faces were a mix of nerves and excitement. Joel and Bryce were the most overjoyed. They were about to meet the new baby. Off to the side, Bryce pulled Benjamin over. Shouldn't Perry have delivered later? Did something happen? Benjamin was worried sick, but he didn't want to scare the older folks. Nothing major. Maybe she rushed around too much. I'm not real sure either. He honestly didn't know much and figured it was better not to go into too much detail. After what felt like forever, the operating room doors finally opened. Perry had delivered healthy twins, a boy and a girl. She'd been careful with both her nutrition and workouts during the pregnancy, so both babies and mom were doing great. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The two babies, wrapped up in soft pink and blue, were absolutely adorable, and everyone instantly fell in love with them. But Perry, even in this joyful moment, couldn't stop worrying about Richard. With everyone around, she kept it to herself. Joel was the happiest of the bunch. He hadn't heard yet about what happened to Richard. He'd tried calling him several times, but got no answer. He had even talked to Byron, asking him to make sure Richard returned before the birth. Seeing the worry on Perry's face, he walked over and tried to reassure her. Perry, don't stress. When Richard shows up, I'm going to give him a good scolding. He promised he'd be here when the babies were born, and look, he totally flaked. Perry's eyes welled up, tears running silently down her cheeks. It wasn't just that Richard missed the birth, he was completely unreachable. If only he could return safe and sound, she wouldn't say a single word of blame. Joel and Bryce were still caught up in the joy of welcoming the little ones. They each brought gifts and red envelopes, sincerely celebrating the newborn's arrival. Out on the balcony, Brant pulled Byron aside. "Any updates on Richard?" Byron told him everything. Brant froze. So Perry heard about Richard, and then he suddenly slammed his fist into the wall. Damn it, could it be the Skyhowl Pack again? Or Ezra? No one else made sense. Klaus showed up too, joining the conversation out on the balcony. France is Skyhowl territory. This has got to be a direct hit on Richard. If something really happens to him, what will happen to Perry and the babies? Byron told them not to say anything to the elders for now. They just had to keep looking. Gradually, people who came to visit filtered out to let Perry and the babies rest. Byron, Klaus, and Brant left as well. They needed to figure out the next steps in finding Richard. Only Gina and Benjamin stayed behind. Gina looked surprised. "So your gut feeling was dead on?" Perry turned her head slightly, eyes fixed on the crib where her babies lay. She couldn't stop thinking about Richard. "He's the love of my life. There's this unspoken bond between us. Of course I sensed something was off. Honestly, before he even left for France, I felt uneasy. I should have stopped him." Benjamin tried to comfort her. "Luna, please don't do this to yourself. You just gave birth. You need to focus on healing. I've already talked it over with Brant. We're heading to France tomorrow." Perry hesitated, then reached out and grabbed his arm. "Benjamin, you can't go." He looked confused. "He's my brother. If I don't go, who will? This is my responsibility." Fighting off the pain still lingering from childbirth, Perry insisted, "You really can't go. Benjamin, listen to me. With Richard missing, you're the only one who can keep things steady. If anything happens to you too, who's going to hold the Bloodmoon Pack together?" Benjamin shook his head. "I'm not cut out to lead. Richard's always been the one who could handle all of this. Not me." Perry exhaled slowly. "Think about it. This isn't some random accident. Someone planned this. They're not just after Richard, they're coming for you too. That's why you can't leave. I'll go find him myself. Tomorrow." "What did you just say?" Benjamin's voice instantly rose. He was a grown man. There's no way he'd let a new mom, just out of labor, rush into danger. "Luna, no matter what, I'm not letting you go. Focus on recovering and taking care of the babies. If anything happens to us, the Bloodmoon Pack still has a future. I trust you. If things really go south, you're a better choice to lead than me." Perry shifted and sat up against the headboard. She'd always stayed strong, even during her pregnancy. Her delivery had gone smoothly, and now the pain had passed. 2 babysitters were standing nearby. One gently handed her the baby for breastfeeding. She was worried that once she left New York, the twins wouldn't be able to breastfeed. So while she was still around, she wanted to feed them as much as she could. She'd made up her mind. She had to go find Richard. "Benjamin, stop it. Richard's my mate. Our bond means we live or die together. If anything's happened to him, I won't make it either. So just listen to me." Benjamin opened his mouth to argue again, but Gina stopped him. "Come on, you know how stubborn she is. She's not going to let you go instead." Benjamin gave up and left, heading back to the pack. Brant, Byron, and Klaus were still there, deep in discussion about how to search for Richard. Everyone was clearly on edge. The police had searched all over with 0 results. Honestly, their chances of finding him didn't look good, but doing nothing wasn't an option. Then Brant's phone rang. It was Gina. "Perry wants to see you." He headed straight back to the hospital. Inside the room, Perry calmly laid out the situation, urging him to convince Benjamin to stay in New York. The Bloodmoon Pack needed him now more than ever. "Brant, I'm going with you to France tomorrow." She was dead serious. Brant sighed, knowing it was useless to argue. "You just gave birth. You can't just take off. At least wait until you've fully recovered." But Perry shook her head. "I'm doing fine. My body's holding up great." To Brant, the idea still felt messed up. "And what about the babies? Don't they need you?" "They were literally just born." Perry's tone didn't waver. "There'll be people to care for them. But if Richard's gone, I'd feel half dead anyway. Don't forget, I know my limits. I'll be okay. Left with no choice, Brant went to check in with the healer. The feedback, her health was solid, so it wasn't entirely reckless for her to travel. Still, it tugged at the heart that she'd be leaving her newborns behind. Brant returned to the room. All right, I'll book the tickets. Byron wants to go too, and Benjamin won't stop insisting. But Perry was firm. It'll just be us. Byron needs to stay to keep things running. No one can find out about Richard just yet. And Benjamin stays too. If the worst happens, the pack needs both of them here. That actually made sense. Brant nodded slowly. Okay, that's our plan then. Then Perry added, almost hesitantly, Brant, this trip isn't without risk. You sure? Brant looked at her, eyes filled with worry. That's exactly why I'm going. You really think I'd let you face it alone? Then Gina cut in. I'm coming too. Perry immediately shook her head. Better not. There are people on the ground who can help us. You don't fight, and I just end up worried about you. Fair enough. Gina didn't actually need anyone to protect her, but she also didn't want to create more problems. A moment later, Irene, Francis, and Sarah walked in, carrying a thermal container. Perry, I brought you something to eat. You hungry? Perry gave a small smile. Nah, I just ate, but thank you. Joel had actually dropped off food earlier. New moms should eat small portions more often, Irene said, pulling out the soup. But Francis stopped her. She just ate. Let it sit. She can have it later if she gets hungry again. Sarah leaned over the crib, eyes full of envy while watching the twins sleeping peacefully. Gina stood nearby, clearly tense. Sarah frowned at her. What's with that look? They're my niece and nephew. You think I'd hurt them or something? Gina didn't back down. Keep your distance, okay? That's what the healer said. Sarah reluctantly stepped back a little. Irene watched the babies, a twinge of jealousy rising in her chest. Such perfect little twins, and they were Perry's. Helena had twins too. Guess Perry really took after her mother. Perry was still lost in thoughts of Richard, clearly not in the mood for visitors. Dad, Irene, thanks for coming. But I think you guys should go home now. Irene noticed Perry didn't look too great. With such healthy, adorable twins, she should be glowing with joy, but instead she looked down. Are you feeling okay, Perry? I'm fine, just tired, need a bit of rest. Perry nestled back under the covers, eyes heavy. Brant chimed in, yeah, maybe it's better if you go. Francis offered a few words of concern, then took his wife and kid and headed out. Irene couldn't shake the weird feeling and went to ask the healer. Maybe there was something wrong with the babies? But the healer reassured her. Both the babies and the mother were perfectly fine, nothing to worry about. That's odd. Perry really doesn't seem happy at all, Irene murmured to herself. Francis sighed. Richard's out on a trip, wasn't even here for the birth. Of course Perry's upset. That makes sense, Irene said. Being a she-wolf, she knew childbirth was their most vulnerable moment. You don't think she might have postpartum depression, do you? Helena had it real bad back then. Francis's brows drew together. If it weren't for you, Helena wouldn't have ended up like that. Oh, come on, not this again, Irene mumbled. She knew he was serious, though, and quickly shut up. Brant and Gina left together, walking toward the parking lot. Brant paused. Hey, you doing okay? Gina chuckled lightly. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? He gave a small laugh, too. Dunno, just felt like asking, I guess. As long as you're all right, I'm going to France with Perry tomorrow. I heard. You said that in the room, Gina replied flatly, not quite seeing why he had to repeat it to her now. Watching her so calm, a strange emotion stirred inside Brant. She really had moved on, hadn't she? So why did he suddenly care how she felt? Let's go, Gina said, walking ahead. Brant followed, eyes drifting to her poised figure. Something about her now felt different, like she'd grown in a way that kind of stunned him. His phone buzzed. It was Madeline. She was on location for a shoot, and she called him every day. As her name flashed on the screen, her voice came through sweet and soft. Brant, what are you up to? I just finished a long scene. So tired. I'd give anything to curl up in your arms right now. Gina's car drove by. The window was down, and as she passed, she gave him a quick, expressionless glance before driving off. Brant watched the car disappear down the road, momentarily forgetting he was still on the phone. Madeline's voice brought him back. He blinked, then replied, Hey, something's come up. Can we talk later? And just like that, he hung up. Brant went to the Bloodmoon Pack to pass on Perry's message, not letting Byron and Benjamin go. After some convincing, Benjamin finally agreed to stay put for now. Byron booked the flights for the three of them. But how are we supposed to explain this to the old alpha? Perry had just given birth and was already planning to leave. Joel was no fool. He'd definitely suspect something was up. That was exactly what worried Benjamin the most. If Joel found out Richard was missing, it'd crush him. There's no way around it. At least Luna just had the babies. Maybe seeing them will help cheer him up. Vincent chimed in. Benjamin, you've got a lot on your plate. Help Byron manage the pack and take care of Uncle Joel and those two little ones. Benjamin took a deep breath. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, those babies will be safe. Joel and Bryce headed back to the hospital, carrying freshly made food. Bryce ladled out some mushroom soup and handed it to Perry. Come on, eat something. After a few warm words, Joel stood by the cradle, completely smitten with the two small babies. Perry was feeling tight in her chest, but still managed to finish a bowl, downing it all in one go. Bryce noticed something was off. He leaned in and asked gently, "Something wrong?" Perry forced a smile. "No, Grandpa, everything's fine." Joel turned around. "It's Richard, isn't it? That kid promised he'd be here before the babies were born, and now there's not even a shadow of him." A sharp pain twisted in Perry's heart. If Richard was just caught up with something, she wouldn't be upset. "Dad, Grandpa, I want to leave the hospital tomorrow. I need to go to France, to Richard." The two older men exchanged glances, worried that she might be spiraling from longing. Bryce quickly held her wrist to check her pulse. Helena had suffered postpartum depression after childbirth. He feared Perry might be falling into the same pattern. "Perry, you seem really anxious. Did something bad happen to Richard?" Perry avoided his eyes. "Nothing like that. I just miss him, that's all. Don't worry about me, Grandpa, Dad." Dylan could tell Perry wasn't someone who'd act irresponsibly. "Just tell us the truth. What's going on?" Joel had already started piecing it together. Richard had gone silent for 2 days. There had been threats against his life lately. Could it be? Joel swayed, nearly collapsing. "Perry, tell me the truth. What happened to my son?" Tears finally spilled down Perry's cheeks. "Dad." Seeing there was no hiding it now, Joel called Byron. Byron gave him the bare bones, said Richard had gone into the mountains and lost contact, but didn't mention the accident. Even so, Joel put the pieces together. It was just dawn in France. Joel couldn't wait any longer. He called over and got the whole rundown. His vision darkened, and he almost passed out. Bryce rushed to steady him and checked his vitals. "You can't collapse now. Those babies need you." Joel slowly pulled himself together. "You're right. I have to stay strong." He walked back to Perry's bedside. "Perry, you just gave birth. You can't go. Let me go. If Ezra's still out there, I'm the one he's after. I'll draw him out." Perry grabbed his hand. "Dad, you can't. The pack needs you. The babies need you. What those babies need the most is their mom." Perry wiped her tears. "But I need Richard. You want me to stay here? I'd rather die. I can't." Bryce understood too well. He was scared too. Scared Perry would fall into postpartum depression like her mom once did. "All right, Joel, let her go. If anyone's going to find Richard, it's Perry. They're connected in a way none of us can understand. We're just a couple of old men. Let's stay in New York and take care of the babies." Joel's eyes turned red. "She just gave birth, Bryce." "She's always been strong," Bryce replied calmly. "I checked her myself. She's doing fine. It won't hurt her. Let her go." The next morning, Perry went back to the Bloodmoon Pack to pack up. The twins were staying in the hospital for now. They'd bring them home in a few days. No fancy postpartum centers either. Joel had hired 2 nannies, and with the help at home, plus him and Bryce, the babies would be fine. Perry folded her clothes neatly, then pulled out the wedding ring Richard gave her, Eternal Heart. There's a legend that it can connect soulmates, help them feel each other's presence. She strung it onto a thin red cord and wore it around her neck, hidden under her clothes. When she came downstairs with her suitcase, Byron was already waiting and loaded her luggage into the car. Brant Phillips and Vincent Lee were there too. They were going with her to France. Gina came to see her off at the airport. She hugged Perry tightly. "No matter what, you come back in one piece, all right?" Perry's heart was heavy. If something really happened to Richard, she didn't know if she could come back whole. I will. Gina smiled reassuringly. The babies will be okay. They've got their grandpa and great-grandfather here. I'll visit them a lot too. She'd promised to be their godmother after all. On the plane, Perry dozed off, totally wiped. Brant gently covered her with a blanket. She dreamed. She saw Richard, bloody, lying on the ground, reaching out to her. Perry, help me. Richard, she jerked awake, soaked in sweat. Outside the window was a clear blue sky, clouds floating by. What is it? Brant asked, startled. Bad dream? Perry wiped her forehead. Yeah, I saw Richard. He was covered in blood. He was asking me for help. He must be in pain, Brant. He's suffering, I can feel it. Brant reached over and patted her head. Hey, dreams are usually the opposite. What if he's actually okay? No way, she said quickly. There's something off. Everyone else just had minor injuries and got treated. Only he disappeared. Brant, do you think it could be Ezra? They'd gone over this tons of times already. Ezra was the one they kept suspecting. But how could someone who supposedly died 35 years ago still be alive? Still, if it wasn't Ezra, who else would have such a deep grudge against the Bloodmoon Pack? With the time difference, they landed at the international airport in France while it was still morning there. Perry rushed straight to the hospital. Her first move was to see David and get the full story. He was still recovering, though he'd already woken up the day before. Looked lucid enough. When he saw Perry, surprised was an understatement. He couldn't help glancing at her belly. Miss Lake, you? David stared, eyes zooming in on her stomach. Perry stepped closer. I just had the baby. Mr. David, can you tell me what happened that day? David blinked in disbelief. Wait, you just gave birth? Man, this girl's seriously something else. Just gave birth and already flew halfway across the world to France. Brant said, shaking his head slightly. Yeah, Perry had the baby one day, and the next she was on a plane with us to France. David, if you know anything, now's the time to say it. David looked grim. He'd only come to yesterday, so there was no more pretending. Perry, I'm really sorry. Richard and I were headed into the mountains together, but then... Perry checked his pulse with practiced fingers. He had no life-threatening issues. His right leg had a fracture, and his head had taken a hit, mild concussion, rest were just bruises and scrapes. What about Richard? How did he just vanish? David replied, The car lost control and went off the slope. Richard was in the passenger seat. To save me, he opened my door and shoved me out before the crash. I blacked out from the impact, and I don't know what happened after that. That was pretty much all he had told the police, too. Can I just ask, how come everyone else ended up in the hospital, but Richard's the only one missing? David answered with a fake confused look. Right? Where did Richard go? Maybe someone dragged him off. What if he had beef with someone? Perry could tell she wasn't getting anywhere with him. All right, rest up. We'll swing by another day. If anything at all comes back to you, call me. Sure, if I remember anything, I'll let you know. A sharp glint flickered in David's eyes. This time, Richard was as good as dead. Years of planning were finally paying off. He was going to wipe out the Bloodmoon Pack, one by one. In the end, Joel would be the only one left. He couldn't wait to watch the old man suffer. Perry and Brant left for the police station. But the cops didn't have much either. One of them finally told her the harsh truth. Richard might have been swept out to sea, or sank to the bottom of the river. Perry wasn't buying it. If you think he's in the river, then why haven't you searched properly? The officer explained they'd sent the water patrol down, but turned up nothing. Perry's tone turned icy. You call that a search? Sending a few guys into the water and calling it a day? If you really believe he's down there, then dredge the whole damn riverbed. The officer looked troubled. Brant stepped in. Do it. All expenses covered by me. Payment wasn't the problem, but the officer still looked hesitant. Then Vincent said, Manpower? I've got it covered. Equipment? I'll handle it. Finally, the officer's expression eased. All right, I'll start arranging it. But just so you know, this method's not likely to work. Perry added, Also, comb the mountains nearby, 10 kilometers all around, every inch. The officer was about to argue, but Brant cut him off, firm as ever. You heard her. Do exactly as Miss Lake says. Okay, the officer conceded, though he clearly thought it was a waste of time. Look, another possibility. We think someone might have taken him. We can't pour everything into just the river and the mountains. Then we flip the whole world if we have to." Perry's voice was sharp with determination. She had to find Richard, dead or alive. No doubt in her mind, he was still out there. The officer sighed, defeated. "All right, I'll make the arrangements, but you guys have been through a lot. Go get some rest at your hotel first." With Brant's insistence, Perry went back to the hotel with him. It was already evening, so they grabbed some dinner first. But Perry barely ate, her heart was heavy. "I'm sure the Skyhowl Pack is involved in this somehow. I want to check out Leicester Manor later." Klaus had told her that Alvin, the Skyhowl Alpha, lived there. Brant frowned, clearly worried. "Perry, you just gave birth. You should get some rest. I'll go take a look." She shook her head. "Rest? I can't relax when Richard's still missing." "All right then, we'll go together. But you need to eat something, or your body won't keep up." Perry forced a few bites down. When it got dark, the two of them headed for Leicester Manor. The manor was huge, backed up against the mountain, with high walls all around. The massive iron gate at the front was locked tight. Several deltas stood guard, and from outside it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Perry pressed the buzzer repeatedly. Finally, someone answered through the intercom. "Who are you here for?" That jogged her memory. Gerard was part of the Skyhowl Pack. "Hi, I'm looking for Gerard. I'm a friend of his." There was a pause before the voice replied, "There's no one here by that name. If this was Alvin's place, then Gerard definitely lived here." Perry tried again. "Seriously, I'm his friend. We've gambled a couple times before. Just tell him I'm in France and want to catch up." "What, is he scared to face me?" I said, "There's no one here by that name." The intercom clicked off. Perry froze for a second. According to what Klaus told her, this was definitely Leicester Manor. Gerard and Nightfang should be living here. Brant lightly tapped her shoulder. If the Skyhowl Pack really had something to do with Richard's disappearance, Gerard probably doesn't want to see you. We should go. It's too risky. The Skyhowls have always targeted the Bloodmoons. Yeah, we shouldn't hang around. They headed back to the car. Just then, another vehicle pulled in. The windows were up, so they couldn't see who was inside. In the front seat, Gerard leaned his elbow on the window and glanced in their direction. Moments later, the iron gates opened. The car drove in, and the gates slammed shut again. Inside the hall, Damon turned to Gerard. "Perry came by earlier, said she wanted to see you." Gerard frowned, remembering the car he'd seen by the gate. "She really came?" "Yeah," Damon said. "I told her no one here went by that name. She probably figured out this is the Alpha's house. For your own safety, it's best not to meet her." Gerard's gaze sharpened. "I'll decide that for myself. You don't need to worry." "Yes, sir," Damon replied respectfully. "Gerard, the Alpha's seen how committed you are this time. He's bound to look at you differently now. This is good." The doorbell rang again. Damon glanced over and activated the intercom. "Gerard, it's her again. Perry?" Gerard froze for a second, eyes fixed on the screen at the gate. Yep, that was Perry standing outside. Looked like she'd had the baby. She looked heavier than before, but her face was still stunning, that familiar elegance still there, just now shadowed with worry that tugged at his chest. "Just tell her what we said. There's no one here she's looking for, and tell her not to come back." "Got it," Damon grunted, clearly annoyed. "There's no one here you're looking for." Perry responded politely. "Would you please tell Gerard, if he's still a real werewolf, then stop hiding. He has my number. He knows how to dial it. I'll be waiting." "I don't know any Gerard, and if you ring that doorbell again, don't blame me if I'm not so polite next time." Damon snapped, then slammed the intercom off. Perry swayed a little, dizzy. "Is he really not living here?" "It's all just assumptions right now," Brant said calmly. "If Gerard really is here, he'll reach out. The Skyhowl Pack's connections in France run deep. I spoke with Interpol. They're looking into it." They headed back to the car. She could keep pushing through, but Brant looked like he needed some rest. "Let's head back to the hotel first." Inside, Damon was staring at Gerard. "Gerard, Alpha said Perry once helped him. We don't have to push back against her. But look, she's here for Richard. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment." Gerard gave a cold snort. "I don't need you telling me what to do. But Perry's image crept back into his mind again, elegant, beautiful, and wildly capable, practically top tier at everything she did. It was hard not to be drawn in. All right, I spoke out of turn. But seriously, are you going to meet her? Gerard hadn't decided yet. Dodging her forever wasn't exactly a solid plan either. I'll figure it out. Stay out of it. Is everything at the site cleaned up properly? Yeah, every trace is gone. It's not a shred left behind. The Skyhowl Pack never left clues, the reason why tracking them was such a nightmare. Perry's already suspicious of us, though. Can't deny she's sharp. She's sharp as hell, Gerard agreed without hesitation. Can't blame her, Damon added. Fergus got caught and squealed about the Skyhowl Pack, so now anything shady, Perry will naturally think it's us. Plus, she probably saw that black wolf tattoo of yours. So what? She's got no proof. What can anyone do? Gerard poured himself a drink at the bar. Back in their suite at the Crown Regent Hotel, Perry turned to Brant. I want to go to the scene first thing tomorrow. Maybe they missed something. Early next morning, they drove out to Thornridge. It was approaching noon by the time they entered the forested hills. In front of the wide river and the surrounding dark, dense forest, Perry felt completely lost. In her heart, she silently called out, "Richard, where are you?" She scanned the area carefully. Even though the police had already combed through it, she wasn't convinced they'd picked up on everything. Unfortunately, not a single trace remained. Richard had vanished like he'd been swallowed by thin air. Maybe he fell into the river or was washed out to sea. Perry mentioned the Skyhowl Pack again. The local police chief was quick to shut her down, saying it was just speculation without evidence, and reminded her how powerful the Skyhowl Pack's influence was in France. Perry bent down and spotted some dried blood between the grass. As she leaned closer, the blue sapphire necklace slipped from her collar, catching the sunlight and sending a flash straight into her chest, like a sting. She stood up quickly, scanning the landscape, that uneasy glow stirring something deep inside her. In a split second, a stream of images hit her. A car had slid off the mountain road, only to be stopped by two big trees before it could plunge into the river. Richard had a head wound. Minutes later, a few men arrived, took him away, and even cleaned up the scene. Yes, someone definitely took Richard away. Grabbing her head with both hands, Perry shut her eyes tight, trying to dig deeper. But no matter how hard she focused, she couldn't sense where he was taken. Right now, all she could do was hope. As long as he was still alive, that was all that mattered. You okay? Brant came up beside her. Perry snapped back. I saw Richard. He didn't fall into the river. He was taken. Brant froze for a second, half worried she was imagining things from all the stress. But what she said actually made sense. If Richard hadn't gone into the water, someone had to have taken him. No way he vanished into thin air. You're right. He must have been taken. But after that, Brant didn't dare say the rest, killed off, locked up, or taken somewhere to be silenced. That kind of thought Perry couldn't handle right now. What she needed was hope. Perry stared into the distance, thoughts spinning as faces popped into her mind. Alvin, Ezra, and David. Could they be somehow connected? There were 4 people in the car. Now only Richard was missing. She walked back over to the wreck. The car was totally totaled. Impossible to tell what went wrong or whether it had been tampered with. According to David, the road was tough and he might have lost focus for a second, which led to the crash. Looked like an accident on the surface, but Richard disappearing like that? This clearly felt like someone had planned it. Should we stay here tonight or head back to the city? It's not safe hanging around this mountain after dark, Brant asked. The last bit of sunlight brushed over the hills. Perry felt a tightness in her chest. Another day gone, and still no word from Richard. Every minute lost felt like danger closing in. What should she do next? Brant offered, I heard Skyhowl Pack has a base around here. Maybe we could scout it out. Perry shook her head. Their bases are all hidden. We're not finding them so easily. I don't know why, but I'm sure Richard's not here. I can't sense him around this area. Last night outside Leicester Manor, though, I think I felt something. Don't rush in. That place is huge. It's got dozens of buildings, basements, tunnels, and there's woods right behind it. Those guys are smart. They wouldn't make it easy for us. And honestly, we don't have real proof. It's all just a hunch. The sun was nearly gone. The sheriff had called the officers back, ending today's search. Truth be told, they'd combed this area thoroughly the past few days. They were only here again because Perry insisted. She suddenly remembered something. Quickly, she and Brant drove back to the city that night and made their way to Leicester Manor again. Brant didn't argue. At this point, there wasn't much else they could do, but doing something was better than sitting still. Perry just needed to keep moving. Only then could she feel like she hadn't given up. Perry rang the doorbell again. This time, before Damon could say anything, she spoke up as soon as the intercom clicked on. "Tell Gerard he promised me something, and I expect him to call me tomorrow. He's a werewolf. He should know better than to go back on his word. He owes me this." Damon passed the message to Gerard. Gerard nodded. "Yeah, I did promise her." "You're really going to meet her? And through me, no less? She'll know for sure you're holed up here at Leicester Manor." Gerard lazily fidgeted with a deck of cards, casually flipping them between his fingers. "Perry's no fool. She came here because she already knows I'm here. I guess it's time I talked to her. Might as well let her give up already." At that moment, Owen walked over with a cup of tea, sipping slowly. With a smirk, he joked, "If you really go see her, I bet you won't keep your cool." Gerard's eyes darkened. His voice dropped cold. "Not your place to judge me." Owen didn't flinch, just shrugged. "I wouldn't dare. Just saying, it'd be a shame if you threw away everything. You're second in command of Skyhowl, Alvin's trusted guy. Don't mess it up over some she-wolf. Relax. I know where the line is." Gerard's tone was quiet, but there was a sharp edge there. Owen smiled and nodded. "Good. You know what Alvin's after. Keeping Richard Scott half alive isn't some kind-hearted move. It's about the Bloodmoon Pack and their hidden stash." Just then, a nervous-looking female wolf walked in, carrying a tray of sliced fruit. "Here's the fruit you asked for. Leave it." Owen didn't even look up, only cutting her with a quick cold glance and a scoff. The she-wolf quickly set the tray down and backed out, head still bowed. Gerard watched her leave and commented, "Having Alexander Hall's she-wolf as your servant, you sure know how to live it up." Owen looked quite pleased with himself. "Alexander ruined my pack. Having his she-wolf serve me is fair payback. She's been with me for 20 years now. Still pretty useful." "What, she still hasn't remembered anything? You sure she's not faking it?" Damon chimed in. Owen waved it off. "She was nearly dead when my men found her. We patched her up. At first, she was totally unstable, but her mind cleared up later. Only she forgot everything about who she was. It works in our favor. Less trouble." Gerard popped a fruit slice into his mouth. "Shame, though. Beautiful woman, now just some housemaid. But clean her up a bit, she's still got it. Even at 50, she's elegant. Out of all his she-wolves, she's the only one who gave Alexander twins." A wicked grin tugged at the corner of Owen's lips. "He probably loved her the most then. Not that it matters. I've had my fun with her. She can keep serving us. I heard Perry's looking for her?" Gerard nodded. "Yeah, Perry doesn't believe Mary's dead." Owen's mood shifted, more alert now. "You seem a bit too interested in Perry. Don't go telling her Mary's here." Gerard looked unconcerned. "Don't worry, I've got some lines I won't cross. Besides, Perry's fixated on finding Richard Scott. She doesn't have the bandwidth to chase after Mary right now." Owen gave a sly grin. "Richard's the last guy Alpha ever wanted to see again. Hey, how about this? You could pull a move like I did. Snag Richard's she-wolf, have some fun, then make her serve the rest of you." Gerard's eyes turned icy. "Perry isn't like Mary. If you even think about messing with her, I won't let it slide." "Oh, come on. I was joking. No need to get all worked up. But seriously, Perry's hot and super capable. Any wolf would fall for her. If I were a few years younger, I might have tried my luck too." Gerard grabbed Owen by the shirt collar, fury flashing in his eyes. "She's not some plaything. She's a goddess. You better keep that trash talk to yourself, or I'll make you regret it." Damon quickly stepped in and pried Gerard off. "All right, guys, chill. It was just a joke. Isn't it proof that Perry's pretty lovable?" Owen smoothed out his wrinkled shirt. Yeah, message received. I'll quit the jokes." But his face showed how pissed he really was. Gerard losing it over some Perry? Seriously? There was a sharp glint in Owen's gaze. Sure, he feared Gerard a bit, but resentment simmered below the surface. Meanwhile, Mary had been crouched underneath a window, catching fragments of their conversation. When someone's footsteps headed her way, she bolted upright, and the rustling she made drew attention from inside. Damon quickly got to the door and scanned the area, alert. Mary ducked behind a potted plant, meowing a few times like a cat. Damon relaxed. False alarm, probably just one of Owen's cats. Owen did keep several cats. It's late, I should head back to my room. Haven't even visited Alpha at the hospital yet. Guess I'll drop by sometime soon. Gerard and Damon headed off to the study. Outside the Lester Manor, Perry circled in her car again. I swear, Richard's been here. I can feel it. Brant was more level-headed. He figured Perry might just be overwhelmed. Maybe it was just a gut feeling, or worse, a hallucination. Given how Bloodmoon Pack's enemies wanted them eliminated, could Richard even still be alive? Night fell. Back at the hotel, Perry picked up her phone and saw a video Benjamin had sent. The twins were drinking milk and getting their diapers changed. Just a few days apart, and they looked even healthier, so soft, rosy-cheeked, and break-your-heart adorable. Her chest tightened. She had to find their dad, for them. The next morning, Gerard called Perry. Said he was up for a chat, but only with her. They met at a tea house just outside town. Long time no see. Gerard stood up, his eyes softening, and reached out for a handshake. How've you been? Perry ignored his hand, taking a seat directly across. You reaching out to me just confirms it. You're the Nightfang living in Alpha Alvin's Lester Manor. I got that right, didn't I? Gerard didn't deny it. Yeah, I'm the Nightfang of Skyhowl, but you knew that already. Perry took a slow sip of tea. So, where's Richard? Gerard gave a short laugh. You can't be serious. How would I know? I mean, yeah, I heard he went missing. That much I've heard. Perry's tone dropped cold. No beating around the bush, Gerard. You promised me once you'd do one thing for me. Well, I'm calling in that promise. Bring Richard back to me. Gerard sipped his tea like nothing was wrong. I already told you, I've never met Richard. Why would you think I've got him hidden somewhere? Perry shot back with a new question. Who's Ezra? That caught Gerard off guard. Ezra? Never heard of him. Don't play dumb. Was it Ezra who sent you guys after the Bloodmoon Pack? Or is Ezra actually Skyhowl's leader? Perry was mostly guessing. Gerard wasn't about to admit to anything. You've got quite the imagination. I seriously don't know who Ezra is. The guy who runs Skyhowl is Alvin. He's my foster father. Definitely not Ezra. So you mean it was Ezra who sicked you guys on the Bloodmoon Pack? Gerard shook his head. Like I said, I don't even know the guy. Then why would you go after Richard? Gerard felt like he was walking into a trap. Hold on, Perry. When did we supposedly go after Richard? His disappearance is weird to me too, but it's got nothing to do with me. How about this? I'll help you look for him. Perry wasn't buying it. You took him, didn't you? Where is he? Why are you so dead set on blaming me? I never even met the guy. Gerard stood firm, though he didn't want things to blow up between them. The more he denied it, the more Perry started second-guessing herself. Maybe she was wrong? Gerard, if it really was your people who took Richard, please bring him back. Name your price, I'll do whatever it takes. But Gerard stuck to his line. Like I said, I'll help you look, but I can't promise we'll find him. I'll do what I can. Alvin, Ezra, David. Names swirled in Perry's mind again. David? Ezra? Daphne? Ezra's mother was Daphne. David. David had gone to the hospital with Richard. All three of them ended up there. And now only Richard was missing. Could it be him? Perry jumped up and headed straight out. She had to get to the hospital and find David. Gerard followed, confused by her sudden shift. Where are you going? We just sat down. Perry hesitated. I'm going to the hospital. Want to come? What for? Are you feeling sick? Gerard trailed behind her, genuinely concerned, trying to be helpful. Well, as long as it didn't involve Richard. Perry's mind was racing. If she brought Gerard along, she could see how David reacted to him. No, I'm fine. I just need to see someone. You coming or not? Who are you going to see? Gerard asked, clearly puzzled by her sudden rush. Here, take my car. I drove myself. You can follow in yours. Noticing his hesitation, Perry threw in a jab. What, afraid to come? Gerard gave a wry smile. Afraid? Hardly. Let's go. At the hospital, Gerard pulled into the parking lot behind her. So, who exactly are we here to see? You'll find out soon enough. If you're nervous, you can always stay outside, Perry said, deliberately pressing his buttons. Why would I be nervous, Perry? Can't you just give me the benefit of the doubt for once? Gerard joked, walking beside her, but truthfully, his stomach was doing flips. If she was here for David, what would David say about him? It's always the thing you dread most that actually comes straight at you. Perry really did go to see David in his hospital room. David was healing up pretty well and was casually leaning against the headboard when she came in. He smiled as soon as he saw her. "Hey, Perry? You're here?" But that smile froze a bit when he caught sight of Gerard beside her. Gerard had texted him earlier downstairs saying Perry was at the hospital and might visit him, not that David had looked at his phone yet. Still, he was a seasoned fox. Took him just a couple of seconds to recover. And this is? Perry's eyes were locked on his face the second she walked in. She could tell something was off with David the moment he saw Gerard. Pretending like she didn't notice, she said, "This is a friend of mine. He claims he knows where Richard is. But before sharing anything, he wants to hear what happened when you guys fell off that slope. So I figured, might as well bring him here to meet you." David's gaze sharpened a bit as he glanced over. Seriously? That punk might let his feelings get in the way again. "Oh yeah?" David raised a brow. "He knows where Alpha Richard is? You really know something, mister?" Gerard looked confused as hell. Why would Perry say that? Did she figure out who David really was? No way, right? He scratched his head awkwardly. I don't, honestly. If I did, I'd already be taking her to him. She just said she was visiting someone at the hospital and asked me for a ride. So, here we are. He was trying to tell David that he hadn't betrayed him because of Perry, and also that she might have suspected something about David's identity. David frowned a bit inside. He was careful, never slipped up. Perry couldn't possibly be onto him. "Is that so? Perry, I've told you everything I remember. Haven't thought of anything new these past couple days. But hey, if your friend really can help you find Alpha Richard, I'd owe him big time." "I'll do my best." Gerard chimed in quickly. "Can't promise anything, but I'll try." From Perry's view, the whole vibe between these two felt off. Like they weren't total strangers, not at all. But also, they kept pretending like they didn't know each other. Maybe she was just overthinking things. She had already been suspicious before walking in. "You will find him. I've got a gut feeling." David tilted his head at that. "Oh yeah? What makes you say that, Perry?" Perry's tone suddenly turned sharp. "Because I'm starting to think he was taken by them. David, this guy, he's the second in command of the Skyhowl Pack. He's Nightfang." David froze. "Wait, Nightfang? I've heard of the Skyhowl Pack, but Perry, how'd you get mixed up with people like that? Is he really Nightfang?" Gerard gave a weak smile. Yep, Perry had totally dragged him into this mess. "Yeah, I'm Nightfang, but come on. That doesn't mean I kidnapped Richard. I've got no beef with him. Why would I do that? Plus, I wasn't even around here when it happened. I was up in the mountains." David figured it out. Perry must be making connections, trying to get them talking. But he wasn't about to let himself get played by some young girl. If Perry's asking, I'm sure she has her reasons. "Do what you feel is right, Perry. I've got your back." Perry gave a nod. "Thanks. I believe Gerard will help me find Richard." David's brows pinched together. Gerard was clearly infatuated with Perry. He better not really cross the line, or who could David even trust anymore? Gerard quickly shot David a look, trying to reassure him he'd never betray the group or him. David promptly gave one back when Perry wasn't looking. He better mean it. Perry said again, "Actually, about that sapphire necklace Richard auctioned at the party. He took it back afterward." David blinked. He bought back something he just sold? Why? Perry was starting to wonder. Could David actually be Ezra? Just a gut feeling, though. No proof. Richard said that necklace was a gift from his granddad to Daphne, the woman who gave birth to Ezra. Said it was too precious to let it end up with outsiders. A flicker of something passed through David's eyes. His grandfather's lover? Daphne? What does that even mean? He hadn't meant to ask. It was instinct, too fast to catch, especially since Perry had already brought it up. Richard's grandfather had two mates. One was his wife, Sylvia, and the other, Daphne, his lover. Daphne's been enshrined in Bloodmoon's ancestral hall ever since she passed. David knew that part already. He'd stayed with Bloodmoon for a few years, seen his mother's name in their hall. So what? That doesn't erase what they did to them. Really? David pulled himself together fast. He had to act indifferent. Miss Lake, why are you bringing this up to me? Sounds like family business for Bloodmoon, not Skyhowl. Perry nodded slightly. Honestly, she wasn't even sure if her guess was right, but once she started, she couldn't stop. Maybe it's because I don't see you as an outsider. I just felt like sharing. My father-in-law mentioned Ezra a few times, and I did some digging myself, especially about that Auragate mess. David hesitated, even though he tried hard to look calm. What do you mean? Perry watched his face closely. Ezra didn't go to Auragate to gamble on his own. It was a setup. The one who lured him into that mess was Sylvia, Richard's grandmother. Under the blanket, David clenched his fists so tight his knuckles cracked. You're saying Sylvia framed Ezra? And who exactly is Ezra again? He was keeping up the act, but Perry wasn't buying it. Ezra's Richard's uncle, and honestly, Bloodmoon owes him more than anyone. Owes him? David scoffed inside. That was rich. In Bloodmoon's eyes, Ezra was a disgrace, the family's screw-up. Since when did they start feeling guilty? David forced himself back to neutral. He couldn't let a girl's words shake him. So why tell me all this, Miss Lake? Bloodmoon's drama doesn't concern me. Perry sighed. I didn't mean to open up like that. If you're uncomfortable, I can stop. Sorry for rambling. David didn't really want to hear more either, but if it makes you feel better to talk, go ahead. We're not strangers. All right, then let me keep going. Perry scooted closer, dragging a chair over and sitting right next to his bed. I don't know everything, obviously, but from what I've found, Bloodmoon always blamed Ezra for a lot, but maybe, just maybe, he wasn't the villain. Maybe Sylvia set him up from the start. David was quiet for a few long seconds, so they knew? Go on then. Perry gave a nod. Like that whole Auragate mess, Ezra didn't just walk into that trap, they lured him in. They made him gamble, slipped him some weird smoke. That's how he got caught. Later, Sylvia played it slick, patched up the pack's losses for him, gained his trust. And I've heard Ezra once took a serious hit on a mission, all to save Richard's dad. Joel said he'd give up half the pack's assets for that, but maybe Sylvia wasn't on board with that deal. She straightened slightly. A few months back, Richard sent Byron to dig into what happened over 30 years ago. He wanted to know the truth. He said if the Bloodmoon Pack really wronged Ezra, then he'd make it right, personally. She'd heard all of this from Wade Gordon at Auragate. David's eyes misted over a little. You're saying Ezra was set up? If that's true, what could Richard possibly do to make up for it? Perry shrugged. Whatever's in his power, I guess. Maybe giving him pack shares. But some things, well, maybe they can't be fixed. Still, Richard meant it. He said if Ezra's alive, he'll bring him home and take care of him. David stayed quiet, pain flashing through his eyes for a second, though he kept it hidden. Gerard, standing off to the side, looked visibly shaken, tension written all over his face. After a long pause, David asked, So, where did Ezra go? Why's no one been able to find him? Perry let out a slow breath. There was this shipwreck about 30 years back. Ezra, his wife, and their unborn kid all went down with the ship, and there's some talk that even that might have been planned. Gerard jumped in. So, the Bloodmoon Pack, they've really done some messed up stuff, huh? Perry shook her head. Can't speak for everything, but what they did to Ezra, that part was definitely shady. And yeah, it was mostly Sylvia pulling the strings. David gave a sharp, dry laugh. Perry was smart. Was she trying to play nice just to get something out of him? I guess only the Bloodmoon Pack knows the full story. But thanks for laying all this on me, Perry. Sounds like you believe Richard's disappearance has everything to do with Ezra, right? Perry nodded. Not just maybe. I'd say it absolutely does. I actually asked my father-in-law. He was clear. Ezra's the only one they could have had real bad blood with. David's voice dropped coolly. And what is it you want from me? I'm honestly not sure what to do next anymore, Perry admitted. But maybe you could look into Ezra for me? If he's alive, just tell him the Bloodmoon Pack is looking for him. They want to make things right, whatever they can. David held back a sneer. Yeah, right. You really think you can fix this? Okay. I'll make a call when I get a chance. Perry glanced over David's bandages. You're healing okay. Just take it slow, and you'll be out of here in no time. David nodded. Honestly, if Richard hadn't thrown me out of that car, who knows? Yeah, that's just how Richard is, Perry said gently. Even in danger, he thinks of others first. I admire that about him. Get some rest, we'll head out. I'll come visit again. She stood and grabbed Gerard, and they headed for the door. Right before leaving, Gerard shot David a glance and a quick look that said, "Don't worry, man." David sat there, heart pounding. Perry's words hit deeper than expected, especially Richard's line, "If we owe him, I'll repay it." Maybe Richard wasn't like Sylvia after all. But after everything Sylvia and Joel had done to him, he wasn't letting that go. Joel was going to feel every bit of the pain he inflicted. One way or another, Gerard walked out of the ward with her. Done visiting everyone already? Perry glanced at him, recalling his weird reaction in David's room. You've known David for a while, haven't you? Gerard froze for a second, but quickly composed himself. He had to steer clear of this trap. Nope. Honestly, I only just found out who he was today. Are you thinking he's tied to Richard's disappearance? Perry didn't beat around the bush. I think he's tied to you. To me? Gerard chuckled. Come on, you're kidding me. I don't even know the guy. Don't know him? It sure looked like you two were covering something just now. Gerard gave her a grudging nod of respect. She really didn't miss anything. I swear, I've never met him before. She shot him a skeptical look. Swearing doesn't mean much. Heading toward the parking lot, Perry tossed back. It's lunchtime. Want to grab a bite? My treat. Gerard lit up at that. He just liked being around her. Sure. Let's go to the hotel. I've got a couple friends waiting there, she added. Might as well have them meet Gerard. They each drove their own cars, heading to the hotel. While driving, Gerard got a text from David, warning him not to slip up with Perry or mention Richard's whereabouts. Gerard replied that he knew what he was doing. Perry also took the chance to call Brant, filling him in on everything. You think David is actually Ezra? Just a theory right now, no solid proof. But he's shady as hell, and the more he tries to hide, the more I suspect something's off. Got it. I'll get someone to dig into him. Perry arrived at the hotel with Gerard in tow. Brant didn't exactly look thrilled to see Gerard, and Gerard returned the feeling with a bland expression. Perry cut to the chase. Let's sit. Brant placed the order and looked straight at Gerard. You seem well connected around here. Think you could help out? Gerard curved his lips in a slight smirk. If Perry asks, I'm in. No question. Perry ordered a bottle of red wine specifically. Gerard, this one's for you. No matter what, I need you to help me find Richard. And don't forget, you owe me one. Remember you promised to do anything for me? Well, this is it. Gerard's hand trembled just a little. Yeah, he'd made that promise. But of all things, she had to ask for this. Something he couldn't give. I'll try my best. If I can't make it work, I'll still owe you. You name it next time. This is the only thing I care about. Nothing's more important than finding Richard. Perry stood and gave him a deep, formal bow. Please, help me. Only with her did Gerard ever lose his cool a bit. Right now was no exception. His fingers twitched, splashing some of the wine. It wasn't that he couldn't find Richard. He just couldn't go looking. I'm just scared I'll fail you. You won't fail if you really want to make it happen. Perry sat back down. If Richard's not found, I've got nothing left to hang on to. Living would feel pointless. Gerard pressed his lips tight. He could do a lot for her, but not this. Don't say that. You've still got a child to think of. Perry shook her head slowly. He's got his grandpa and uncle. He'll be fine. Don't be stupid. No matter what happens, you have to stay alive. Gerard's voice was tight with emotion. There's more to life than just Richard. You have so many people who care about you. You can't go off doing something reckless. Perry could feel Gerard really meant it, that he genuinely cared. It puzzled her. How could someone who seemed so much like a classic villain actually have a soft spot? There are a lot of good people out there, Gerard, but I only have Richard, Perry said softly. Please, I'm begging you. Help me find him, okay? Gerard's hand trembled slightly. He didn't want to say no, but he also couldn't say yes. He told himself he just wanted Perry to stay safe, that everything else wasn't part of his concern. But the sadness in her eyes and the pleading in her voice hit him hard. He was scared he wouldn't be able to resist giving in. I told you I'll do my best. Then Perry dropped a request out of nowhere. I want to go to Leicester Manor. Just for a bit, can I? Gerard blinked. Why would you want to go there? Weren't you looking for me? I'm right here. I don't know, Perry shrugged. I just feel like I need to see it, even if it's just a quick look around. Gerard shot her down without hesitation. Lester Manor's my godfather's estate. No one's allowed in without his permission, and you know how tight Skyhowl security is. If you walk in uninvited, those deltas won't hesitate to treat you like a threat. The French branch gives them full backing. You get caught, worst case, you could actually get shot and they wouldn't even get in trouble for it. There's a sign at the gate warning people, no trespassing or prepare for the consequences. Perry shivered. Was Lester Manor really that intense? And I can't even go in with you? Aren't you like one of the big shots in Skyhowl? You can't keep me safe? Gerard shook his head. There are things even I can't control. Why do you want to go so badly? Perry couldn't admit she thought Richard might be there. I'm just curious. That's all. Just want to look around. But Gerard was firm. Look, curiosity isn't worth risking your life over. And don't get any ideas about sneaking in either. Those walls have electrified fencing. You scale it, alarms go off, and in 10 seconds flat you're fried. Anyone who breaks in, well, if something bad happens, that's on them. It sounded terrifying, honestly. Perry looked down, face full of worry. I wasn't planning on climbing any fences. I just wanted to go with you. Gerard didn't budge. Let it go, Perry. Seriously. Brant, who had been quiet this whole time, finally chimed in. He got where Perry was coming from. So even if we wanted to visit you, we'd be turned away? Gerard answered without missing a beat. Yeah, no outsiders allowed in that place. Perry was about to say more, but Brant gently stopped her. Enough. Don't press him anymore. Gerard already promised to help find Richard. Let's see if he follows through. After they finished eating, Gerard left. Perry was starting to panic. She couldn't shake the feeling. Richard had to be at Leicester Manor. Who else but the Skyhowl Pack could have taken him? Brant stayed level-headed, reminding her not to jump to conclusions. With Richard still missing, they didn't even know where to start. I talked to the PI, Brant told her. He's digging into David's background. It'll take time, though. And yeah, he confirmed Leicester Manor's a fortress. No one gets in unless they're invited. Gerard refusing to take you makes sense. And honestly, the fact we haven't heard anything about Richard, that could mean he's still alive. No news might be the best news for now. Perry stumbled and nearly fell. Of course he's still alive. And yes, it was the Skyhowl Pack that took him. Whether it was really the Skyhowl Pack or not, no one could be sure. There was a chance Richard had been thrown from the car and swept into the Elvere River. Bloodstains found in the nearby bushes had been confirmed by the police as his. Maybe he rolled down into the river after the crash. If that's the case, then finding him was going to be next to impossible. Perry headed downstairs. She couldn't sit still in the hotel anymore. Her mind was in chaos. Just as she reached the entrance, a female wolf with a scarf wrapped around her head kept glancing at her. Perry frowned and walked up. Hi, are you looking for someone? The woman stared right at her. I'm looking for Perry. Do you know if she's here? Perry? That caught Perry off guard. I'm Perry. Which Perry are you looking for? The one from New York. The she-wolf was Mary. Last night, she'd overheard a conversation between Gerard and Owen and found out Perry was searching for her. She'd caught a glimpse of Perry's face through the door camera when Owen answered the bell. I'm Perry from New York. Let's talk inside. Perry led her into the hotel. Mary glanced around nervously, her whole vibe tense and uneasy. Can we talk in your room, please? Something about her felt off, afraid, maybe in danger. Perry nodded. Sure. She brought her up to the presidential suite on the top floor. Brant and Vincent Lee were there too. The she-wolf took off her headscarf. My name's Mary. You know Alexander, right? Mary? Alexander? Perry's head spun. Wait, you're Mary? Alexander's partner? Mary let out a wry smile. Calling me his partner might be too much. I was just one of his she-wolves, I guess. But I did have 2 kids with him, twins. Perry was both anxious and excited, about to press for more, but then thought of recent events and decided she needed to be cautious. So why did you come looking for me? Mary's eyes welled up, her face pale with long-buried pain. I heard you were searching for me. You know Alexander, don't you? Perry nodded. Yeah, I've been trying to find Mary, Alexander's wife. You. Mary looked uneasy, still not sure if she could trust Perry. I'm Mary, but who are you to Alexander? Why should I trust you? Perry showed her phone. On it were photos of her and Alexander together, along with a video of him handing over Origate to her. It wasn't exactly top secret. Even if this Mary was a fake, there was nothing to hide. I saved Alexander's life. 5 years ago, he was badly wounded. By the time I found him, he was beyond help. He gave me Origate before passing. Mary still looked uncertain, but she didn't have much time. She had snuck out under the pretense of shopping. I'm working as a maid at Leicester Manor now. 20 years ago, I was being hunted. I had no choice but to flee to New York with my twins, hoping to find Alexander. But even at the airport, we were being watched. They took me and the kids to the outskirts, trying to use us to threaten him. I managed to slip away with my children. To draw them off, I sent the kids one way and took another path myself. Eventually, I got forced off a cliff. Owen saved me. I was badly injured. And when I woke up, I couldn't remember a thing. Owen took me in. She didn't mention how Owen had taken things further. That part was too painful to say out loud. 5 years ago, he brought me to the Leicester Manor, and that's when I became a maid there. Owen had always treated her like some toy. When he got tired of it, he made her a maid, just to get back at Alexander. You're in the Leicester Manor? Perry's eyes widened, shocked. That place was off limits to her, and yet Mary was actually inside? Still, could she really trust Mary? But what Mary was saying lined up almost perfectly with what Jasper had told her. No way she'd know all that unless she'd really been through it herself. Yes, I'm still in the Leicester Manor. Mary spoke quickly. Clearly she couldn't stay for long. Owen once sent some guy called Miles to Origate, right? That man was fake and eventually got exposed, wasn't he? What about my kids? Do you know anything about them? She had risked everything just to come here and ask about her children. Perry nodded and pulled out her phone, showing Mary a few photos of Jasper and Juliet. Do these two look familiar? After Miles' DNA results came in, she kicked the fraud straight out. It was her gut feeling, maybe guided by the moon goddess. Somehow, two people who shared Alexander's bloodline just happened to turn up nearby, and the stories they told about their childhood, almost identical to what Perry had been searching for. Once she confirmed it, she forgave Juliet and quietly arranged for her to work at the hospital as a healer. No one else knew. She kept it to herself. The moment Mary saw the pictures, her eyes filled with tears. These are my children? Do you recognize them? Perry asked cautiously. Mary stared at the photos, blinking fast. They've grown so much. 20 years we've been apart. Yeah, I know it's them. They've changed a lot, but I can still tell. Where are they now? Perry was honestly stunned. She could still recognize them? They're in New York. Jasper, your son, he's now the chairman of Origate. Juliet, your daughter, is working as a healer at the hospital. They're both doing great. I'll tell you more details later, but since you're working inside the Leicester Manor, tell me, have they brought someone in recently? A werewolf, around 30, badly injured? But Mary was still caught up in those images of her kids. Their names are Jasper and Juliet now, and they're really doing okay? Yes, they're doing fine. Mary, please, answer me. Is there a wounded werewolf in the Leicester Manor? Mary shook her head. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone like that. Owen and his people are always super secretive. If it's something they want to hide, they definitely wouldn't let me see it. Oh, and Owen still thinks I haven't regained my memory or remembered who I am. So please, don't tell anyone I met with you, okay? I promise, it stays between us. Perry then pulled up another photo. David, do you recognize this guy? Has he ever shown up around the estate? Mary looked closely, then shook her head. Never seen him before. You sure? Perry pressed. I'm sure. Doesn't ring any bells. What about Alvin, the Skyhowl Alpha? Mary shook her head again. Alphas keep to themselves, and even when they're around, they stay in their rooms. I only saw him once from far away, and he didn't look like this. Alvin's got a full beard. Bearded guy? Perry blinked in confusion. So David's not Alvin? Or maybe Alvin never showed his real face? Mary glanced at the time on her phone. I've got to go, Miss Lake. I'll drop by again when I can. You're heading back to the estate? Mary looked tense. Yeah, I have to hurry. If they find out I met with you, they'll know I got my memory back. I don't even want to imagine what they'll do. Perry nodded in understanding. All right, want me to walk you out? No need, I'll grab a cab. I can't risk them seeing me with you. Mary headed for the door in a rush. Perry followed her. How am I supposed to contact you? I don't have a phone, can't risk calling either. Give me your number, I'll figure something out and reach you if I can. Perry scribbled her number quickly. Mary, can I ask you for a favor? Mary wasn't slow to catch on. You want me to check that injured werewolf, the one you mentioned, is at the estate? Yes. His name's Richard. Please, if you could just keep an eye out? Mary gave a nod. All right, I'll try. But Leicester Manor's got tight rules. Servants are restricted to their own areas. If I step out of bounds, the punishment won't be light. Perry took her hand gently. I get it. Just do what you can, but don't put yourself at risk. One day, I'll get you out of there. Take you to New York. You'll see Jasper and Juliet again. Mary's eyes lit up. I can go back to New York? I can actually be with my kids again? Yes, Perry said without hesitation. Once we find Richard, I'll get you out. We'll make it happen. Thank you, Miss Lake. Mary wrapped her scarf tighter over her head and hurried off. Perry watched as the elevator doors closed, her heart heavy. Mary might be their only link to any real answers. She just hoped Mary could find out something about Richard. Brant's brows were furrowed. Can't believe Alexander's mate ended up with Owen. Mary's story echoed in Perry's mind. She told me she was badly hurt, lost her memory. Owen probably saw that as his chance to hit back at Alexander. He used her when he felt like it, then had her cleaning his boots. That guy's seriously twisted. Perry agreed. She wasn't dumb, and all the things Mary didn't say were loud enough on their own. If David isn't Alvin, could he possibly be Ezra? Brant rubbed his chin. Figuring out if David's Alvin? That's tricky. But seeing if he's Ezra? Easy. Just do a DNA test with Mr. Davis. They're brothers. If there's a blood tie, it'll show. Of course, that was just Perry's hunch. Even Brant felt she might be reaching. David, Ezra. The whole thing was a mess in Perry's head. We'll wait. Mary might bring something back. Brant didn't seem interested in waiting around. He figured if they had suspicions, they might as well confirm it while they could. Later that afternoon, he headed to the hospital and asked David's healer for a blood sample. The healer, George, a local French guy, was quick to respond. No problem. I'll get it for you. Just wait in the office. But the moment George stepped into the ward, he went straight to David and filled him in. David had his web pretty well woven in France, and George had been in his pocket for a while. You did the right thing, David told him. Give him someone else's sample. Just don't make it obvious. Got it. George stepped out of the hospital room and headed back to his office, where he handed over a small vial labeled with David's name. David's lips curled into a cold smirk. Gotta admit, those kids were not stupid. They'd actually managed to link him with Ezra. Ever since Perry started chatting to him about Ezra, he figured they might try to get a DNA test done, so he'd given the heads up to the healer a while ago. From his point of view, that kid was still too young to play this game. Perry, growing restless, drove back near Leicester Manor. Brant came along since he didn't feel right letting her go alone. I just know it. Richard's in there. I swear, I can feel it the second I get near this place. Brant didn't want to kill her hopes. I believe you, he said simply. Truth was, neither of them could be certain if Richard was even still alive. Right now, we've only got Mary to count on. Hopefully she can find something. Perry figured she'd wait until things had settled down before telling Jasper. Otherwise, he'd rush over without thinking. Mary had left with the estate's driver to pick up groceries, but once inside the mall, she slipped away and caught a cab to meet Perry. Thankfully, the mall wasn't far, and the driver had run off to a nearby casino to mess around a bit. When Mary got back, she even had to wait a few minutes for him, so he didn't suspect anything. After returning to Leicester Manor, Mary headed straight to the kitchen to help out. She was technically just another maid, but everyone knew she used to be Owen's plaything, and that label came with its share of judgment. Still, Mary kept her head down, was kind to others, and people slowly warmed up to her. She brought a plate of pastries into the main hall for Owen, keeping her head lowered, ready to slip away as soon as she set it down. "Make me some tea," Owen ordered. "Yes." Mary quietly brewed him a cup of tea. Even after all those years in France, Owen still preferred that taste of the East. Anything else you need? Nope, you can go. Owen leaned back on the couch, clearly enjoying being waited on, especially by Alexander's she-wolf. It had only been a year since Mary got her memory back. Every day since had been nerve-wracking. She couldn't stop thinking about it. 2 whole decades serving the man who ruined her life. The rage sometimes boiled over, and all she wanted was to tear him apart. But she had to keep it all buried. Dying didn't scare her. Leaving her kids did. Now that she knew they were alive and doing well, her son was even the chairman of Origate, she wasn't afraid anymore. All she wanted was to make it out of Leicester Manor and back to New York to be with them. Owen had no clue she remembered everything and was still completely at ease around her. What, something else? Mary stood rooted, eyes fixed on him, a glint of sharpness sneaking into her gaze. The first time she dared to look at him like this in years. No, nothing. Owen strolled over and gripped her chin, giving it a hard squeeze. You got the guts to look me in the eye now? The flash of panic in Mary's eyes was real. I just wanted to see you clearly, to take a good look, to remember every detail for revenge, Owen chuckled. What, missing me already? His eyes scanned her from head to toe with mocking interest. Too bad I'm over you. You should know your place. Don't get any wild ideas. Mary quickly bowed her head. Yes, got it. I won't do it again. That's better. You know what I like about you? You're obedient, like a pet. He finally let go of her chin. Keep it that way. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the kitchen. Mary backed out cautiously and disappeared into the hall. She suddenly realized someone was missing and turned to the maid nearby. Hey, have you seen Lily these past few days? She got called away by Gerard a few days back. No clue where she went, maybe taking care of someone or something. Mary's heart skipped a beat. Taking care of someone? Wait, did someone new show up here at the estate? Who knows? Could also just be helper duties over at the healers. You mean the infirmary? Mary tried to sound casual, but she was fishing hard for more info. Was it the Richard Perry had mentioned? Someone got hurt? Who? One of ours? Leicester Manor had its own small infirmary. It usually took care of injuries and minor sicknesses. Given all the shady business the Skyhowl Pack was into, there were definitely wounds that had to be dealt with quietly, inside their own turf. People getting hurt around here ain't exactly rare, you know? And you normally don't care about these things. Why so nosy today? Mary gave a little laugh. No idea. Just woke up in a decent mood, started asking more stuff. Huh, haven't seen you in such a good mood in forever. Something good happen? Mary gave a small, playful smile. Not really, just feeling randomly chill. Oh no, don't tell me he asked you to? Keep him company again? Please. Mary purposely acted a bit bashful, though deep down, the thought of that damn werewolf made her skin crawl. She was already dreaming about how to take him out. The steward strode over and barked, "What's with the chit-chat? Looking for a beating?" The two clammed up real quick. He looked straight at Mary. "Go make some porridge, smooth and soft. Lily's coming to pick it up." "Yes, sir." Mary got started, but now she was even more curious. Who was this porridge for? About 30 minutes later, Lily showed up. "Is the porridge done?" Mary lifted the lid and peeked inside. "Yep, all set. How much do you need?" Lily had been in the Leicester Manor for over 3 decades. She was in her 50s and trusted by pretty much everyone here. "Just a bowl." Mary scooped out a bowl, covered it, and handed it over. "Lily, you need help with anything?" "I've got it." Lily left with the bowl. Mary quietly watched as she headed toward the west wing. That area had the infirmary. It was tucked away and off limits unless you had permission. Just trying to sneak close was enough to get you punished hard. Lily carried the bowl through to the west wing, up to the infirmary's 3rd floor, and into a room where Gerard and Damon were already waiting. "Gerard, the porridge is here," Lily said respectfully. Gerard glanced over at the man on the bed. "Feed it to him." Lying there was Richard Scott. The accident that had sent their car down the slope. Yeah, Gerard and Damon had set that up. The original plan was to have David ride in the second car, but he insisted on sticking with Richard to keep his cover. What they didn't expect was just how bad the crash would be. Turns out, in a last-minute move, Richard shoved his side door open and pushed David out, right before the vehicle went over. If he hadn't, David might not be breathing now. That snap decision from Richard had saved David's life, and in his last flicker of consciousness, David had told Gerard to keep Richard alive for now. Having him in hand was more useful, for now. Killing him could wait. Richard had been seriously messed up. Gerard had dragged him out of the wreckage and brought him back here to Leicester Manor. After some intense treatment from the healers, Richard had finally woken up last night. Richard's eyes wandered blankly around the room. He recognized Gerard, and something clicked. This whole accident, it might have been planned by him. That thought fired him up, and as soon as he moved, pain shot through his body like knives. Lily, sitting next to him, quickly added another pillow behind him. "Let me help you with some porridge," she offered gently. Still eyeing Gerard, Richard spoke weakly. "Where am I?" Gerard stepped closer, tone cold. "Doesn't matter where. I saved your life, so now you're going to do what I say." Richard's brows scrunched tight as the memory of the car plummeting downhill flashed through his mind. "What about the others?" Gerard scoffed, sharp and mocking. "You're barely hanging on, and you're worried about other people? Richard, who would have thought you'd end up right under my thumb?" Fury bubbled up in Richard's chest, and it almost made him cough up blood. Lily quickly pressed him back down. "Stop moving. You're seriously injured. Don't think about anything right now. Just eat. Focus on getting better." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. She was right. No matter what they were planning, he needed strength first. Healing was the only way he'd get any control back. He started on the porridge. He didn't want it, but made himself finish a small bowl anyway. Gerard's phone rang. After a few words with Damon, he left, warning Lily before he went, "Take good care of him. Not a single slip-up." A lance of pain hit Richard's chest as he turned to Lily. "How long have I been here?" Lily did a quick count. "About a week. Lucky you were in decent shape to begin with, otherwise." A week? Richard's mind raced. That meant Perry was due any day now, maybe even tonight. Their baby could be on the way, and here he was, stuck in this bed. He had promised her he'd be back in time. He couldn't break that promise. Straining to sit up, every nerve screamed in protest. His vision blurred from the pain and nearly made him cough up blood. Lily hurried to ease him back down. "Don't do this to yourself. You're not going anywhere like this. Just rest, okay?" Honestly, if he didn't look like a total nobleman and hadn't been treated as someone important, Lily probably wouldn't even be this soft with him. Richard suddenly grabbed her hand, grip a little too tight. "My wife, she's about to give birth. I have to get back." Lily sighed and tried to calm him down. "You can't even walk out that door yet. Going back to New York like this? No way. You want to do anything, you've got to heal up first. This place, it's like a trap to outsiders. Stop butting heads with them, or you'll be the one who gets hurt. Rest up, get well, and then leave. Now, how about some more porridge?" She had a point. He wouldn't get anywhere if his body gave out. He managed to eat a little more, though swallowing each bite felt like a chore. His gaze wandered out the window, and he saw a bird land on the sill. Somehow it made him feel like Perry was nearby, close, just out of reach. Perry was still outside, circling the manor again and again. Frustrated, she finally rang the bell. Damon's voice came through again, cold and firm. Same message, no entry. This time, he added a warning. "Come near the manor again, and don't blame me for what happens." She'd hoped to see Gerard, but he was avoiding her. If he showed up now, Perry might storm the place, and if that happened, the Deltas might react badly. To keep things from spiraling, he just told them he wasn't home. Just like that, one wall stood between two people who couldn't be further apart in heart. With no other choice, Perry went back to the car. As the gate opened, a squad of Deltas marched out, guns in hand, eyes locked on them like predators. The car window was down. Their leader stepped up and raised his weapon, voice cut like steel. "You show up again, I swear I'll blow your damn heads off." He spoke in French, and Perry responded quickly. "I'm looking for someone. I came to see Gerard. I'm a friend of his." The werewolf didn't bother with politeness. "Scram." Brant was fuming, but this wasn't their turf. Even if he had some influence in France, it was no use here. Better not push it. He quietly pulled Perry away. As the car drove off, Richard felt this hollow ache settle in his chest. He could feel her, Perry. She had really come, she was just nearby. And now, She was leaving. He tried to raise his hand, wanting so badly to reach for her, but there was only air. It was her. Perry was here. Lily handed him some water. Whoever it was, you need to get better first before thinking about going anywhere. Richard knew she was right. He had to recover, but deep down he wondered, would they ever let him get better? Have I had the IV today? You already got the drip. Take your meds. Lily helped him swallow some pills. Can I make a call? Richard asked, staring at her. I don't have a phone, Lily said, shaking her head. None of us are allowed to use one here. I can't help you with that. Could you make the call for me then? It's been days. My family must be going out of their minds. His voice was pleading, but Lily looked even more uncomfortable. I really can't. If they found out, they'd just don't ask again, okay? Rest up. Seeing how scared she was, Richard gave up. He missed Perry terribly. She must be so angry. He hadn't come back, hadn't called. She must be worried sick by now, especially being pregnant. What if the stress hurt the baby? He stared out the window at the birds and sunshine and thought, for the first time, how precious freedom really was. Perry went back to the hotel, but she couldn't sit still. She didn't even know where to start looking. The officer called Brant. They still hadn't found Richard. It was either someone took him or he was swept out to sea. They'd done all they could. Any more searching was probably pointless. Brant sighed. Perry, at least this means Richard's still alive. Her face went pale. I know he is. Of course he is. Lately, that's all she didn't want to hear. Richard is okay. He's in Leicester Manor. I told you I can feel him there. Then Brant got a call from one of the investigators. David's been to Leicester Manor. That means he's definitely got ties to the Skyhowl Pack. Perry's eyes lit up. That's huge. But why would David go there? A well-known philanthropist involved with a gang, and not just involved, he gets access? Most people can't even get close to that place. Brant wondered aloud, what if he didn't just visit? What if he actually lives there? Perry blinked. You think? He might be Alvin. Brant shrugged. Maybe. We're just guessing at this point. Who would ever link a man like him to Skyhowl? Perry stared into the distance, unease creeping in. Maybe that's exactly why it makes sense. The more unlikely it seems, the more likely it could be. Even if he's not Alvin, I bet he's closely connected. Otherwise, he'd never be allowed inside. The next morning, Perry went to the hospital and got the test results. It was surprising, but not really unexpected. David and Joel aren't related. They're not even brothers, so David isn't Ezra. She hadn't thought he'd actually gone through with the test. Well, whatever. Results are results. Still doesn't change the fact he's tangled up with the Skyhowl Pack. They arrived at David's hospital room. David already guessed they'd seen the report. Perry, you're back to check on me again. Perry nodded and walked up to him. I need a favor. A favor? David raised a brow. Tell me. If it's something I can do, I'll help. I want you to take me to Leicester Manor. A flicker of panic crossed David's eyes. Hard to catch, but Perry noticed. Why would they be associating him with that place? Why do you want to go there? I think Richard was taken by the Skyhowl Pack. I heard Leicester Manor belongs to Alvin. Maybe Richard's there. You really think they took him there? Honestly, Perry wasn't easy to fool. Perry was putting the pieces together. Last time she went with Gerard, David and Gerard had acted like strangers. But David had been to Leicester Manor multiple times. How could he not know Gerard? If the Skyhowl Pack did have something to do with Richard's disappearance, then David probably wasn't innocent either. She stared at him firmly. Yes, I told you before. I suspect the Skyhowl Pack. Richard's my mate. I can still feel his presence. Please, I need your help. David looked genuinely confused. Why do you think I can take you there? Perry didn't want to spell it out, but she knew staying vague wouldn't get her anywhere. I heard you've been there before, and you're close with someone on the inside. You can get me in, right? If he kept denying it, it would just look suspicious. He figured Perry must have done her homework. I have been there. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can get you in. You went to meet Alvin? David sighed. Girl, that's private stuff. Can I keep that to myself? Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I just really need your help. He relented. All right, once I'm discharged, I'll try to get you in. But, Perry frowned. He wouldn't be discharged for days, and she couldn't wait that long. I want to go today. I can't delay. If Richard's injured, I need to be with him. Mr. David, I'm begging you, please." David looked a bit torn. His injuries weren't fully healed. It wasn't impossible to go out, but he couldn't walk, only move around by wheelchair. But Perry had saved his life, and Richard had been in the same car crash. He couldn't outright refuse, even if it was just for appearances. "Let me make a call. If they agree, I'll take you." "Thank you." Perry gave him a small bow. She could tell he was faking it. David clearly had major ties to the Skyhowl Pack, but pretended they were strangers to him. David asked Perry and Vincent Lee to step out for a bit. After he finished his call, he let them back in. "I spoke to them, said a lot of nice things. They agreed to let you in this afternoon, but only for 10 minutes. No wandering around." 10 minutes? Perry raised an eyebrow. Was he kidding? That place was massive. She wouldn't even make it past the yard in 10 minutes. "Got a problem with that? I had to do a lot of convincing just to get that," David replied with a casual shrug. Perry quickly said, "No problem. Thanks, Mr. David. You're coming with us this afternoon, right?" "Yeah," David agreed. He was definitely going. No way he'd let her go alone. He kept his word and went with her to Leicester Manor that afternoon. When they got to the front gate, it was Perry who rang the bell. This time, the big iron gates actually opened. Owen came out to greet them. Perry didn't know the guy or what role he played here. Owen gave David a lukewarm nod, then turned to Perry and Vincent Lee. "If it weren't for David, you guys wouldn't be allowed in." Perry took a deep breath and started walking. The closer she got, the more her heart raced, and the stronger Richard's presence felt. She could definitely sense him. But damn, this manor was huge. Just this courtyard alone could take forever to cross. David gave her a heads up. "Perry, just a reminder, we're only here because they made an exception. Don't go wandering off." "Got it," Perry replied while glancing around. A few deltas in black suits were standing in the yard, all cold-faced and intense. Their vibe was intimidating, like trained shadows watching everything. The buildings inside were varied, some regular houses and one that looked like a mini castle. That had to be where Alvin lived. Without hesitation, Perry headed straight toward the west courtyard. David frowned and looked at Owen. Owen signaled the deltas up ahead. Just as Perry was about to reach the west side, one of them blocked her. "You can't go that way." "Why not?" She threw back, confused. "It's the rule," the delta said stiffly. Even if she was drop-dead gorgeous, they didn't dare stare. Looking at the far-off west courtyard, Perry turned to David. "Mr. David, I really want to check that area out." David sighed. "Perry, come on. That's basically their secret zone. Don't push it." Owen glanced at his watch. "You've got 5 minutes left." Perry clenched her jaw. She hadn't even seen anything yet. The reason she headed that direction wasn't just because she felt Richard's presence. There was this faint medical smell in the air, even from this distance. "I want to see Gerard. He's here." "Gerard's out today. Not in the manor," Owen replied flatly. "No, he's here," Perry said with absolute certainty. Owen frowned. Wait, she could sense Gerard too? "Miss Lake, don't push your luck. You're only in here because of Mr. David." But Perry wasn't listening anymore. She broke into a run toward the west courtyard. Owen froze for a second, then shouted, "Stop her!" 2 deltas immediately stepped in front of her path. Every second here felt like agony. She didn't come all this way to walk away empty-handed. She had to know the truth, today. A fight broke out between her and the 2 deltas. Brant showed up and jumped in to protect her. These 2 weren't much of a match for Vincent Lee, but backup deltas started showing up fast. Vincent blocked them off and shouted, "Go! I've got this!" "Okay." Perry didn't hesitate and bolted toward the west courtyard. Owen aimed his gun, but David stopped him. "Don't. You don't know who she really is. If we mess this up, we might be screwed. Stall them and move Richard somewhere else." "Yes, sir." Owen quickly made the call. Meanwhile, Perry charged into the infirmary. After searching around the first floor, she sprinted up to the second. Still no sign of Richard. She didn't stop, rushed up to the third, moving so fast she accidentally bumped into Lily. Perry yanked at her. "He's here. I can feel it. How is he right now?" Lily shook her head. She knew exactly where Richard was, but she couldn't say a word. Perry had no choice but to keep checking room after room. Still nothing. Brant was tied up dealing with several deltas, and a few others rushed over, grabbing Perry. "You've seriously crossed the line. How dare you act like this in Leicester Manor?" But Perry couldn't care less. Her mind was full of Richard. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Richard! It's me, Perry! Are you here? If you can hear me, please just answer me." Two deltas came at her, and she was already worn out, drained. They easily pinned her down, each one grabbing an arm, ready to drag her out. Gerard rushed over and barked, "Let her go!" The deltas hesitated. "She!" Gerard didn't give them a chance. He kicked them aside and caught Perry in his arms. "You okay?" She steadied herself. "I'm fine. Just tell me, where is Richard?" Her eyes welled up. "I can feel him. He's really here, I swear." Then she broke down, tears flooding out. Gerard looked panicked. "Hey, don't cry, okay? Please stop crying." He fumbled to get some tissues and handed them over. "Let's keep looking somewhere else, all right?" Perry had no other choice. She ran downstairs. Luckily, Brant had taken care of the deltas and was heading up. "Any luck?" She shook her head, tears falling again. "He's not there. They must be hiding him." Brant grabbed Gerard by the collar. "Where is Richard?" Gerard shoved him off. "You better back off. This is France. Don't test me." "Then stop hiding, Richard, or I swear I'll come crashing down on all of you." Gerard knew he wouldn't actually start an international mess. "I said he's not here. Perry doesn't want to believe it. Now you too? You've already been in here for over 20 minutes. Be smart and leave. Don't make me get serious." But Perry wasn't letting go. "Take me to him already." "Perry," he said firmly, "Richard's not here." "I don't buy it. He is here. Take me to him." Just then, Owen came over with David in tow. Perry refused to leave. "If we don't find Richard, I'm not going anywhere." David looked torn. "Perry, you promised me, like this. What am I supposed to tell them? How about we head back for now, and if we get more info, we'll come again?" Owen didn't hide his irritation. "Miss Lake, storming through here. Do you really think Leicester Manor is a place you can just tear up like this?" David quickly stepped in, pulling Owen aside. "Sorry, really sorry. She's desperate to find her mate. Please try to understand." "Perry, let's go, yeah?" Gerard chimed in. "Perry's a friend of mine. Maybe I can show her around a little more. I mean, she came all this way. At least let her look around properly." David gave Owen a glance. It was a silent plea for permission. Owen gave a begrudging nod. "Fine. Since she's your friend, take her around. But keep your guard up. This girl's fierce. Mess up, and you might not make it out in one piece." "Got it. I'll be careful," Gerard said with real respect in his voice. "All right, Miss Lake, let's go. I'll show you the rest." Perry looked at Owen and asked, "Who's that guy?" Gerard replied, "He's one of my godfather's men." A memory clicked in Perry's mind. "Wait, that's got to be Owen, right?" Gerard paused, a bit taken aback. "You know Owen too?" Perry nodded. "Yeah. Wasn't it because he clashed with Alexander back then that Alexander ended up seriously injured? Plus, his wife and kid just vanished." Gerard sighed. "True, but Owen didn't walk away unscathed either. Most of his people got wiped out. He lost more than half of his men. His strength took a huge hit, so he had no choice but to join our Skyhowl Pack." Perry clenched her jaw. "But he's still breathing, isn't he?" "Exactly. The fact that Owen was still alive, that was already a win in her eyes." She held back from mentioning Mary. Couldn't risk Gerard finding out that Mary had snuck off to meet her. "This manor's massive, Gerard. I'm not interested in wandering around. I just want to check out the West Wing. Richard's there, I'm sure of it." Gerard looked at her, puzzled. How could she be so sure? Her sense of direction was almost spooky. "You really want to act on a hunch? If I hadn't shown up just now, who knows what would have happened. The Leicester Manor isn't a place where people can just do as they please. Perry, don't be so stubborn. Since you're already here, let me show you around. I'm just trying to be a decent host. But don't push your luck. No one walks in here uninvited. Stir. Anyone who does ends up dead, and rightfully so." Perry understood how dangerous this place was, but giving up just didn't sit right with her. "Richard's here. What would you have me do?" "Gerard, you promised me you'd help with one thing." "This is it. I want Richard back." "Perry, I get you're worried, and yes, I said I'd help. Just don't act irrationally. He's not here. You've got to stop." Gerard's patience was wearing thin. As the three of them kept walking, two female wolves came strolling down the path, each carrying a wooden bucket, clearly having just wrapped up some chores. Perry's eyes quickly locked onto Mary. Mary caught sight of her too, but kept her cool, acting like she didn't recognize Perry. With Gerard there, she had no choice. The two women simply nodded at Gerard and kept walking. "Who was that one?" Perry asked casually. "Just one of the maids," Gerard replied. "You have many of them here?" "Not really, around a dozen, I guess." They kept walking until they reached the base of the back hill. Perry could feel her connection to Richard fading by the second. She wasn't going to find anything farther out. She stopped and sat down on the steps. "Gerard, think your manor needs a healer? I could help out. Swear I wouldn't spill a word about this place." Gerard knew exactly what she was trying to do. This was all about finding Richard. Looking at her now, his heart ached a little. If only she could love him the way she cared about Richard. We're not taking in outsiders here. So yeah, even being a maid here was out of reach for her. Perry stared toward the west garden. "Then tell me, how's Richard doing? He's still alive, right?" Gerard stuck to his line. "Richard's not here. Stop being ridiculous." But Perry wouldn't let it go. She was convinced he was here. "Was this Ezra's idea? How much did he pay you? You know Bloodmoon Pack isn't short on money. I'm not either. Just name your price. I'll give you whatever you want. Just let Richard go. Leave the Bloodmoon Pack out of this." Seeing her so heartbroken, Gerard wanted nothing more than to hold her and comfort her, but he didn't have that right. He just handed her a few tissues. "I seriously have no clue what you're talking about. Why are you so sure Ezra's behind this?" Perry snapped. "Who else could it be? Gerard, we're not idiots. Don't treat me like one. Go ask Alvin. I don't care what he wants. I'll give it to him. Just tell him to let Richard go, okay? Where is he? I need to talk to him." "This has nothing to do with my godfather," Gerard said, clearly nervous things might escalate and David would lose his cool. "Can you stop making a scene already? I've shown you around long enough. Brant, please take her out." Brant could tell. Gerard had feelings for Perry. That's why he was trying to shield her. "Gerard, you know what Perry's like. If you really cared about her, then help her. Give Richard back." Gerard let out a long sigh, clearly frustrated. "I don't get you guys. Why are you so sure Richard's here?" Two Delta-ranked members walked up, signaling that it was time for Perry and Vincent Lee to leave. Otherwise, the Alpha might blow up. Gerard warned her, "Don't forget, it was David who brought you here. If the Alpha gets pissed, David might not make it out either." Left with no choice, Perry followed David out. Once back in the car, David glanced at her. "Well, find anything, kid?" Perry replied, "He's definitely here. I'm sure of it. I'm coming back. Thanks a lot for today, sir." After dropping David off at his hospital room, Perry left on her own. Without solid news on Richard, she couldn't relax at all. She sat in a restaurant, completely spaced out. Then she glanced downstairs and did a double take. Someone familiar was passing by. "Miles!" Brant looked where she was staring. Yep, it really was him. Perry shot to her feet and darted downstairs. Miles was part of the Skyhowl Pack. Maybe he knew something. Miles was casually heading to the parking lot when he suddenly found himself flanked by Brant and Vincent, who grabbed him from both sides. Startled, he froze. No chance to run. He stared at them, panicked. Hey guys, what's this about?" Then he saw Perry approaching, and his voice cracked. "You're here too? What's going on? Why are you grabbing me?" Okay, I'll admit it. I did swipe a bit of money before I left the pack, but that was survival, okay? I worked at Origate for years, had to look out for myself somehow." Perry didn't give him a chance to finish. She landed a solid punch right in his gut. "What's your rank in the pack? You live in Leicester Manor too, don't you?" Miles's eyes darted nervously. "I have no clue what you're talking about." "Skyhowl Pack? A manor? Look at me. Do I look like someone who can afford to live in a manor?" Perry slugged him again. "Keep lying and I swear you'll regret it." I don't know what you want me to say. Okay, I'll find a way to pay that money back, but I'm broke right now." Still playing dumb? She landed another punch. Miles winced, forehead beating with sweat. Okay. Just stop hitting me, I'll talk." Perry gave him a sharp smack. "Then start talking." Miles knew better than to push her limits. He glanced around. No one was nearby. Then he finally spoke up. "Yeah, I was brought in by the Skyhowl guys. But someone like me? I don't get to stay in Leicester Manor. I'm just one of their throwaway pawns. They only contact me when they need something. Otherwise, I'm on my own." Perry jabbed the needle deeper, making him yelp. "What else?" Miles howled in pain. Just stop and I'll say it. Brant and Vincent were holding him down tight. He couldn't run even if he tried. Perry let up. Talk. Miles took a shaky breath. I'm technically a Delta in the Bloodmoon Pack now. Perry exchanged a look with Vincent. And the Bloodmoon Pack, what's their connection to Lester Manor? They're under Skyhowl, right? Miles looked like he'd just swallowed poison. You seriously can't tell anyone I told you this. Hardly anyone knows about it. But yeah, you're right. Bloodmoon's tied to Skyhowl. How deep those ties run? I've got no clue. A thought hit Perry hard. Is Alvin the same person as David? Miles shook his head. That I really don't know. The Alpha pulling Bloodmoon's strings? Super secretive. I've never even seen the guy. And Alvin? Even more elusive. Rumor is barely anyone outside his inner circles ever seen his face. Perry figured he wasn't lying. At his level, it made sense he'd be kept in the dark. All right, get lost. Miles didn't need to be told twice. He jumped in his car and sped off. But at least they got one crucial piece of info. Bloodmoon and Skyhowl had a tight connection. Perry voiced her hunch. What if David is Alvin? Well, David did get us into that manor like it was nothing. Even Owen treated him with a ton of respect. It's not impossible. Staring up at the night sky, Perry murmured, I saved his life, and now he's trying to get me killed? Why? What did we ever do to him? He's supposed to be this do-gooder, charity guy, no beef with Bloodmoon. Heck, I saved him. Why go after us? For money? Please. That man doesn't need money. I even ran a DNA test. He's not related to Joel. So that means he's not Ezra either. DNA test? Brant remembered. Perry, how many tests have you done since getting to New York? Can you really trust them all? You think the results were tampered with? Brant shrugged. Maybe not switched, but what if someone messed with them somehow? I guess that's possible. I should go see David again sometime. Get a test straight from the source. The next morning, Perry and Vincent Lee visited David again at the hospital. They'd even prepared a special diet plan for him. You've been hurt pretty badly before. Gotta watch what you eat now, Perry reminded him gently. David genuinely appreciated her medical skills and was quite satisfied with the plan. Thanks, Perry. I really mean it. While checking his body again, Perry examined his scars more closely. Seeing all the old and new marks layered on top of each other, she couldn't help but ask, Mr. David, how did you get all these injuries? David frowned slightly, clearly not keen on answering. Though Perry hadn't asked the question before, she already had a good idea about when those injuries happened. What she really wanted to know was why, the story behind them. Understandably, David wasn't too happy. And what does that have to do with the diet plan? Perry didn't bother sugarcoating it. It doesn't. I'm just really curious. You've been through a lot, haven't you? David chuckled coldly. Is it that surprising for a werewolf to have a few scars? Brant added in, Yeah, but I've never seen anyone with as many as you've got, Mr. David. Honestly, even I was shocked. David's frown deepened. What exactly are you two trying to say? Taking a breath, Perry laid it out. If I'm right, you're Skyhowl, aren't you? David froze for a second. So she'd figured it out, but he couldn't admit it. Miss Lake, you've got quite the imagination. I just got you into Lester Manor through a connection. That's all. And now you think I'm... Perry's days lately had been torture, every single one. I'm not looking for credit, but I did save your life. The least you can do is tell me, why attack the Bloodmoon Pack? Why go after my husband? David's expression darkened. He snapped. That's enough, Perry. What are you accusing me of? When have I ever gone after your pack, or your husband? What gives you the right to say I'm one of the Skyhowl? Tears welled up in Perry's eyes as she wiped the corner of one. Just tell me one thing. Richard's still alive, right? David fired back, aggrieved. Are you interrogating me now? I'm hurt too, you know. You think I'd risk my own life just to hurt him? Perry looked like she still wanted to argue, but Brant placed a firm hand on her shoulder, silently asking her to stop. Sorry, Mr. David. She's been under a lot of stress lately. Please don't take it personally. Letting out a tired breath, David said, Forget it. I don't want to get into it. You two should go. I need some rest. Outside the room, Perry whispered, Did you see that? His reaction was way too off. Even if he isn't Alvin, he's definitely someone important in the Skyhowl Pack. I noticed something while checking him. He's had major skin grafts done. It's been years, but if you look closely, you can still tell. It was that moment Perry seriously suspected he was Ezra, so she'd taken her time to observe his skin carefully once more. Let's head to forensics. We'll run another test. She glanced at the tiny skin fragments under her fingernail, leftovers she'd picked off from his body during the checkup. Let's switch to a new hospital just in case. As night fell, Perry drove back to Leicester Manor and circled the place a few times. Now that she was sure Richard was inside, just being nearby made her feel closer to him. The next morning, a call came to her hotel front desk. Apparently, a female wolf was asking for her. Perry didn't hesitate and told them to send her up right away. It was Mary who showed up. Since the kitchen was short-handed and Owen trusted her, he sent her out grocery shopping with one of the male staff. She'd slipped away to meet Perry. There's this maid named Lily. Owen recently moved her to the West Wing. She's been making porridge for an injured patient lately. I've got some connections with her, and she accidentally let it slip. The patient's Richard. He's awake now, can eat a whole bowl of porridge at once. He's slowly getting better. That's all I know, Mary said in a lowered voice. Perry took out 2 pills from her bag. If you get the chance, give him these, one at a time. It'll speed up his recovery. Mary nodded. Got it. If I get assigned to take care of him, I'll make sure he gets them. Thank you, really, Mary. If you could be the one caring for Richard, that'd be amazing. I should get going. Don't want to get caught, Mary said, quickly returning to the market and heading back to the estate with the kitchen staff in tow. The guy with her grumbled, "What took you so long?" Later that morning, Perry headed to the hospital. Brant was tied up with something else, so they split up to save time. The moment she got the test results, everything clicked. David was Ezra. She checked the time, 10 a.m., here in France, which made it just after 9 p.m. in New York. Not too late. She called Joel and laid it all out. Dad, Richard's alive. He's at the Leicester Manor, but Ezra won't let him go easily. He's been using the name David. He hasn't completely lost his humanity, but because he's desperate for acceptance from the Bloodmoon Pack, he's gone off the rails trying to get revenge. Joel took it in. Got it. I'm booking my flight now. I'll be in France tomorrow. Don't worry about the babies. Benjamin's got this. Oh, and I'll bring some extra deltas. The elder Alpha was way ahead of the curve. Perry nodded. Thanks, Dad. It's time to end this mess between the Bloodmoon Pack and Ezra. You're right, he's still my brother, and the Bloodmoon Pack owes him. I'll take responsibility for that. But what he did to Benjamin and Richard, he's gonna pay for it. She hopped on a video call to check in on the twins. In just a few days, they'd changed so much, it made her chest ache. They were growing more beautiful by the day. Guilt weighed heavily on her. The babies were just born, and here she was, halfway across the world. After lunch, Lily went to the kitchen to grab the porridge for the patient, but suddenly doubled over in pain, crying out as she crouched down. What's wrong? You okay? Mary rushed to her side. My stomach. It hurts. I think I need to hit the bathroom, Lily gasped before hurrying off. Not long after that, she made another trip. Then again, it happened 2 or 3 times. By the last time, she was pale and weak. Mary, can you maybe talk to Mr. Owen for me? Ask if someone else can take the porridge over today. I'll try, but I'm not sure he'll go for it. Mary brewed Owen a cup of tea and brought it to the main hall. Casually, she mentioned, Lily's sick, pretty bad. She said she can't do the porridge run today, asked for a day off. Off. Useless girl. Can't even handle a simple task, Owen scowled. Fine, you go instead. Mary kept her excitement hidden and forced a bit of hesitation. I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, I'm supposed to be looking after you. Owen tilted her chin up, his voice soft. So eager to serve me? Mary lowered her gaze, a shy smile on her lips. I wouldn't dare. Whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll follow your lead. She'd been playing her role perfectly. Owen still had no clue her memory was back. All right, go cover for Lily today. Okay, she replied, then took the porridge over to the West Wing. At lunch earlier, Lily had eaten with the rest of the staff. Mary had slipped 2 laxatives into her soup, buying herself this exact opportunity to see Richard. Richard was starting to feel better. The pain wasn't as sharp as before, but when he noticed someone new in the room, he was a bit thrown off. He didn't really mind Lily, she was decent, so seeing someone else there made him uneasy. Wait, You're not Lily? Where'd she go? I'm Mary. Lily's out sick, so I'm filling in for her today. Mary gave a quick glance at the door before leaning closer, lowering her voice. Perry sent me. I brought the pills from her. Richard froze for a second, then jerked upright, the sudden movement pulling at his wound hard. Perry? He gasped. Easy, Mary whispered, pulling out a small pill. She gave me 2. You take one now. Richard sniffed the pill. Yeah, that familiar scent. It was definitely Perry's. Where is she? She's staying at the Crown Regent Hotel. Been here for days, actually. She's been looking all over for you. She even came to the West Wing, but they hid you before she got too close, Mary said quickly. I shouldn't talk too much. Don't want to raise suspicion. But she wanted me to tell you not to worry. She's getting you out of here. Richard didn't let his guard down just yet. Who are you exactly? I'm Mary. I'm Alexander's mate. Jasper and Juliet are my kids. I didn't know any of this myself until I met Perry. But we can talk about that later. First, eat something. She picked up the bowl of porridge and brought it to him. That settled him a bit. He popped the pill in his mouth, chewed it, then swallowed it down with a spoonful of porridge. No doubt, Perry's stuff. My wife, she was still pregnant before I got taken. How'd she even get here? She had to be close to her due date, right? Mary looked genuinely confused. She didn't look pregnant to me, so she probably already had the baby. What? Richard grabbed her wrist, panic flashing in his eyes. Is she okay? What about the baby? The move startled Mary, nearly making her spill the porridge. Relax. I really didn't see her with a belly. If her due date's around now, then she probably gave birth already. Richard felt like his chest was twisting. You didn't ask her about it? Mary shook her head. I didn't know. How was I supposed to bring it up? Footsteps echoed outside, and Mary cleared her throat. You should eat something. It's just one day. Lily's sick, that's all. She'll be back tomorrow. Richard took a breath, calming down a bit. When you see Perry again, ask her about the baby, okay? And how's she doing? She seemed fine, just focused on getting you out. She told me once she finds you, she'll help me leave too. Said she'd get me back to New York, back to my kids. Richard studied her face. You're really Alexander's mate? Jasper and Juliet's mom? Mary nodded. That's me, she said while feeding him another spoonful of porridge. Richard's nerves finally settled. He could feel it. Perry was close, so close. She really came for him. As the medicine kicked in, the ache dulled. He felt lighter, more at ease. Still, he couldn't shake the worry. What happened to the baby? Was everything okay? The next morning, Perry and Brant picked Joel up from the airport and headed straight to the hospital to visit David. Joel sat in the car, still in disbelief. I can't wrap my head around the fact that David is actually Ezra. How's Richard doing? Perry shook her head. Still no detailed update, but he'll pull through. He's strong. Joel sighed. Man, Ezra's really alive. I don't even know what to think. Perry glanced at him and said, he must have gone through hell. At Joel. That's probably why he's lashing out at the Bloodmoon Pack like this. When you talk to him later, just be careful. Don't set him off. Richard's still in his hands, and honestly, we may owe him more than we think. Joel nodded. Yeah, I get it. I'll keep it cool. You know, back when Ezra first came to the pack, he acted like a slacker, didn't care much. But under that attitude, he wasn't a bad guy. After we spent some time together, he started following me around. I took him under my wing, brought him to meetings, introduced him to others. He listened to me, always respectful. That was true. But then Sylvia began weaving her schemes, and step by step, Ezra became the villain everyone hated. Outwardly, Sylvia acted like the perfect maternal figure, always defending Ezra, shielding him from criticism. If someone spoke badly about him, she'd jump right in, declaring Ezra was her son no matter what, and daring anyone to hurt him. It wasn't until Ezra got blown off that yacht that the world started painting Sylvia as some kind of saint, like she'd done everything out of love, and Ezra had broken her heart. Everyone, inside and outside the Bloodmoon Pack, ended up thinking Ezra was just twisted and deserved what he got, while Sylvia became this ideal of kindness, held up like she was some legendary good person. Even now, deep down, Joel still believed Ezra was the one at fault back then. They'd all been blinded by Sylvia's act. Ezra was mostly healed now, just dealing with a busted leg so he couldn't move around. When Joel suddenly showed up in his hospital room, It caught him off guard, though he'd half expected it. "What are you doing here?" Joel had come bearing a gift, keeping things polite. "Just wanted to see how you're holding up, David. Feeling any better?" David gave a small nod. "Thanks for coming. I'm doing a lot better. Just the leg keeping me stuck. Sorry I can't properly welcome you." Joel didn't sit. He stepped in closer, really looking at David's face. It didn't resemble Ezra's from 35 years ago at first glance, but there was something in his eyes, his expression, faint echoes of the past. No wonder Joel had felt a weird sense of familiarity when they first met. David felt uneasy under the stare. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Joel let out a shaky breath, eyes turning red. His voice caught in his throat. "After all these years, we're standing face to face again. I can't believe you're actually alive, and I'm so glad you are." Yeah, this was exactly how brothers should react after being apart for so long. David figured it out. Perry had already recognized him. There was no point pretending anymore. "Brother, you must be kidding. What did I ever do to deserve being your brother?" Joel reached out, wanting to grab his hand, but pulled back at the last second. He could admit the Bloodmoon Pack probably owed Ezra, but Ezra had used venom bugs to injure Benjamin, kidnapped Richard, and caused Perry to miscarry. How were they supposed to settle that? Benjamin nearly died from those venom bugs. Perry was the one who saved him. That's when I first suspected you might still be alive. Then Perry lost the baby, and now Richard's gone too. Ezra, why the hell are you doing all this? David's expression turned cold. "No more masks now. Why? Joel, you really don't know, huh? Then go ask your precious dead mom. Ask her what exactly she did back then." Joel forced himself to stay calm. Now's not the time to provoke Ezra. "Perry told me bits and pieces. I heard you got set up at Origate and that you did help me once. But what about all the times you tried to screw me over behind my back? That wasn't someone else's doing, was it?" David let out a bitter laugh. "Screw you over? Seriously? Back when I came back to the Bloodmoon Pack, I had to live off scraps. I was kissing up to you just to survive. Why the hell would I try to hurt you?" Joel's mind jumped to decades ago. "All right then, should I remind you, piece by piece? You tricked me into going out to the edge of town, then got a bunch of thugs to beat the hell out of me. You think I forgot that?" David's tone got tenser. After all these years, the rage hadn't faded, it had only simmered. "That? I didn't even figure it out until much later. Your mom was the one who called me, told me to take you there. When we got there, she rang again, told me to leave and told others you were there so they could, and I quote, give you a proper welcome. But of course, you thought I was the one who set it all up." Joel's face darkened. "Yeah, because who the hell would believe a mother would screw over one kid just to go after another?" "You're full of it." David shook his head slowly. "No, Joel, your mom was just that good at pretending. It wasn't just that one time. Every incident where you thought I was targeting you, all her doing." "You want me to list them? That ambush in the woods? Her idea. I tracked down the guys who attacked us. They flat out said Sylvia bribed them. She lured us out there and arranged the hit. You thought we were caught up in some random fight? I stepped in to protect you, got shot in the process. Guess what? That bullet? Never meant for you. It was always meant for me." Joel couldn't wrap his head around it. Sylvia, his mom, using him just to hurt Ezra? "She's gone now. Dead people can't defend themselves. Makes it easy for you to spin stories." "Spin?" David let out a mirthless chuckle. "You're still defending your dear mother, huh? Then maybe you'd like to hear what really happened on that yacht?" Joel's gaze hardened. "What now? All I remember is you bribing some hitmen to kill me, and you got burned for it. You really think you can talk your way out of that?" Ezra's face turned crimson with rage. "Seriously? Those assassins were hired by Sylvia. They weren't after you. They were after me. That gun I had? Sylvia handed it to me earlier, said it was for self-defense and to help protect you. And stupid me actually believed she cared about me, right up until I stepped onto that damn boat. She had those two guys wait until you and the old alpha showed up just to make it look like I was working with them. I jumped to shield you from a bullet, and you... Hell, you thought I was trying to kill you." Joel could never forget that moment. The two assassins yelling, "Take him out," clear as day, aiming at Ezra. Ezra had a knife, ready for those two, but instead spun toward Joel, ready to protect him. The shots didn't even come. Then the old alpha shouted, "Ezra, you monster, trying to kill your own little brother?" That was the moment Ezra realized he'd walked into another one of Sylvia's traps. His mate, pregnant and scared, was on the yacht, begging him to jump off. Ezra didn't have time to think. He leapt overboard, just before the yacht blew. He and his mate were dragged under by the blast. Later he found out someone had unmoored the smaller boat and helped her escape with him. It was all planned by Sylvia. I didn't die, thanks to dumb luck. Someone pulled me out, but my mate and our baby never made it. They're gone. I spent months recovering, skin grafts, surgeries. My whole face had to be rebuilt. I became someone else, and since then I've had only one purpose: payback. Joel stared, barely able to wrap his head around it. "But you did lunge at me. That actually happened." David shook his head, eyes reddened, tears clinging to the corners. He didn't even try to plead his case. He just looked hollow, like he had nothing left. "You still think I tried to kill you? Joel, if I really wanted you dead, you think I'd wait until we're standing on a boat? I had so many chances. I never took any of them. From day one in the Bloodmoon Pack, the day you started calling me brother, that was the moment I swore I'd protect you no matter what. I never cared about becoming alpha. But Sylvia hated me so much, she'd do anything to make sure the pack would be yours. She was ready to erase me completely. She even went after my mate, our unborn child. Joel, don't tell me you still believe she's some kind of saint. You have no idea how ruthless that she-wolf really is. It took me years to realize my mother's death wasn't just tragic. It was planned. Sylvia staged the whole accident. She deliberately pulled me back into the Bloodmoon Pack just to wipe me out. Perry and Brant sat in stunned silence, chills racing down their spines. What kind of filth had been buried in the pack's past? How far would Sylvia go to get what she wanted? Joel wasn't ready to give up on defending his mother just yet. "Ezra, you've got it all wrong. That's not what happened. My mom wouldn't do something like that. She had no reason to." What set David off the most was when people did something and then refused to admit it. "Oh yeah? Then there's nothing more to say. Joel, since you've come all the way to France, don't expect to leave in one piece. I'll make you watch Richard and Benjamin die right in front of you. I'll tear the Bloodmoon Pack down to nothing. Then you'll know what it feels like to lose everything, just like I did." Joel, proud alpha of the Bloodmoon Pack, wasn't someone you could just threaten and expect to back down. "Where is Richard? What did you do to him?" David let out a cold, dismissive chuckle. "He's with me. So what? He's innocent. If you have a problem, bring it to me. Don't drag my son into this." David turned his head, forcing out the tears in his eyes. But it wasn't just rage. It was also the pain of remembering his family. "So your son's life is worth more than mine, than my wife and my child's?" "I watched her sink into the ocean, Joel. She was 8 months pregnant. She never even got to see this world. If it were you, what would you do?" Perry quickly wiped the corner of her eye. "Uncle." "Uncle?" David froze for a second, then sneered. "Are you actually calling me that?" Perry nodded. "Yes. Uncle, your pain, I can't even begin to imagine it. I know it's been hell for you all these years. I'm sorry, for Richard, and for Richard's grandmother too. I know apologies don't fix anything. But when does this cycle end? Benjamin nearly died because of all this. I lost my baby too from the stress your people put me through. Please, Richard saved your life when it mattered most. I'm begging you, please don't hurt him." David inhaled sharply. "When does it end, huh? I survived a shipwreck, barely escaped with my life, only to find out I can't even have kids anymore. What kind of ending is there for someone like me? I've got nothing left. Once I finish what I started, then maybe I can finally face them. Maybe I'll be able to look my wife and child in the eyes." Perry's voice softened. "Maybe there's another way. Richard's your nephew. That makes you his elder. Doesn't that mean something?" David's face twisted with scorn. "My descendant? He's Joel's kid. Sylvia's blood runs in him. Sure, maybe those boys didn't ask for any of this, but they were born on the wrong side. He's Joel's son. Just wait, Joel. Your line ends here." That last part hit Joel like a punch to the gut, clearing out the guilt he felt for Ezra. "Back off, Ezra. Don't push me. The Bloodmoon Pack didn't claw its way up in New York for nothing. We aren't just prey for you to play with. You already almost killed Benjamin, and now you're after Richard too? You think I'm just gonna sit here and take it? After all, a lot of this was just David's version of the story. He had never actually proven anything, and honestly, Joel found it hard to believe Sylvia would have done something like that. In his eyes, Sylvia was a kind-hearted philanthropist, the perfect wife and stepmother, someone who genuinely cared for Ezra. David, I'm asking you, for the sake of the time I saved your life, and the moment Richard threw you out of harm's way, can't you just sit down and talk it out with Joel? Maybe there's still another way to work things out. David respected her as a person, but he wasn't someone to back off easily. Oh, really? I'm on my own here. What the hell do I have to lose? Whatever you all want to do, just do it. No one stops me from paying back what's owed. But you're already in our hands. Didn't that occur to you? Perry's tone turned urgent. She was thinking about taking David hostage to get Richard back. I could end you right now if I wanted. Without Richard, I've got nothing left to lose. David didn't flinch. He actually laughed. Go ahead then, Perry, do it. The second I'm dead, Richard is gone for sure. Don't believe me? Try it. Joel, afraid David might go ballistic, stepped in and moved Perry aside. Perry, chill. Don't act on impulse. He turned to David. Brant was right. Let's talk this through. There might be another way. David shot back with anger in his voice. All right then, Joel. If you can bring my wife and unborn baby back from the dead, I'll let Richard go and forget the Bloodmoon Pack ever existed. That was something no one could ever do. Just then, Gerard and Owen walked in, both armed. You all better not act rashly, or you'll regret it. Perry glanced at Gerard, eyes filled with worry, her voice shaky. Is Richard okay? Gerard looked at David, who nodded for him to answer. He's alive, for now, Gerard finally said. But if you mess around here, that might change. David leaned back against the headboard, visibly drained. Perry, take Joel and your friend with you. I need a quiet moment. Okay, Uncle, Perry responded softly. Then she led the others out. That one word, Uncle, hit something in David. It brought all his buried emotions about the Bloodmoon Pack rushing back. If Sylvia hadn't done what she did, things might have turned out very differently. He never was the ambitious type. What he really wanted was a simple life, loving parents, a warm home. He would have left the Bloodmoon Pack if it meant he could live peacefully with his mate and their child. He had inherited the best of their bloodline, just like Richard, smart, capable, a natural-born leader. Gerard asked, should I grab Joel now too? Let him keep Richard company. David held up a hand. No rush. He'll show up on his own. Just keep an eye on things. And with Perry, be careful. She's healed some big names. She's got influence. We can't risk underestimating her. Yes, sir, Gerard replied, but he couldn't help picturing Perry's face in his mind again. Yeah! She was something else. Perry went back to the hotel with Joel and the others, but no one could settle down. They knew Richard was at Leicester Manor, but didn't have a clue how to get to him. She called Gerard. Let's meet up, she said. It's almost noon. Let's grab a bite. Gerard agreed, but only with her, and only her. After walking out of the hospital with Damon, Gerard said casually, take care of the Alpha this afternoon. Send him back to the manor. Joel keeps showing up, and it's getting on my nerves. I've got stuff to deal with. Just grab a ride home yourself. Where are you going? Damon had caught that the call just now was from Perry. Things between the Alpha and the Bloodmoon Pack are on edge right now. Don't go doing something stupid. I know what I'm doing. Gerard headed for the parking lot and made his way to the hotel. He met Perry at the second-floor restaurant. She poured him a glass of red wine, her tone calm but firm. I want to see Richard. Gerard had expected that. You know I can't do that. You're his mate. Yeah, I get it. But Alvin's my father in all but blood. He raised me, treated me like his own. I won't betray him. You promised you'd help me with one thing. I've already done plenty for you lately. Gerard wasn't budging. Letting her see Richard was off the table. Perry pressed her temples, exhausted. These past few days had been non-stop torment. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Richard reaching out to her, begging for help. What are you planning to do with him? He shook his head. That's up to my old man, not me. Honestly, I don't know yet. Perry, just go back to New York. And you really shouldn't have dragged Joel into this. He'd be way safer there. What's that supposed to mean? You're not even going to spare an old man?" Gerard let out a cold laugh. "They didn't spare a pregnant woman back then. Why should we care about an old man now? And what about the baby I'm carrying? Where do you draw the line?" Gerard didn't want to turn her into an enemy. Seeing her this broken up actually hurt him. But he couldn't betray Alvin. "You should take Joel and leave. Seriously. Just listen to me, Gerard," she said quietly, voice shaking. "If you so much as hurt Richard or my father-in-law, I'll come for you with everything I've got." Her voice cracked as she begged, "Please, just let me see him. One time. I'm begging you." Her plea messed him up more than he wanted to admit. Honestly, ever since that sparring match at Oragate, she'd stayed on his mind. He'd been with plenty of females before, but Perry, she was different. She was the only one he ever wanted to protect, but she was already someone else's mate. Don't do this. Just me showing up here is pushing it. I'm already breaking rules. The only thing I can tell you is, Richard's not in danger. For now. Her expression crumbled, the kind of sadness that cuts deep. He's right there, just a few steps away, and I can't even see him. What am I supposed to do, Gerard? I wish I had a better answer, but you might want to start preparing yourself. No matter what happens, you've still got 2 kids. Take Joel and get out of here. Let go of Richard. He might as well have said David was going to kill him. Perry shook her head slowly, her voice hoarse and barely there. Gerard, you listen to me. If you dare lay a hand on Richard, I won't hesitate to take all of you down with me. I'll blow up the entire Leicester Manor if I have to. Gerard didn't believe she could actually pull that off. If taking down Leicester Manor were that easy, it'd be gone by now. This is old blood between our families. Neither you nor I can change that. Stop chasing something that won't change. After finishing his meal, Gerard got up and left. David got discharged from the hospital that afternoon and went straight back to Leicester Manor. He had someone call Joel, telling him to come alone if he had the guts. No telling anyone else. Joel figured this was something he had to deal with on his own anyway. That afternoon, he headed to Leicester Manor by himself, keeping it completely under wraps. Back at the presidential suite, Perry started getting anxious when Joel didn't show up. Vincent Lee tried to calm her down. "The old alpha went out," he said. "Said he needed to see a friend and figure something out. Don't worry too much." Perry was more worried about Richard, and since David didn't seem out for blood that morning, she didn't think he'd go after Joel right away. Joel made his way to the manor. This beef between him and Ezra had been festering for years, and he figured it was time he handled it solo. He rang the bell, and a Delta guard escorted him inside. David was waiting for him in the main hall, flanked by Owen and Gerard, with Damon and a few more Deltas standing nearby. The atmosphere was intense. Joel had been through his fair share of storms as part of the Bloodmoon Pack. This kind of setup didn't scare him. "So are you David, or Alvin, or should I call you Ezra? I'm right, aren't I?" David let out a cold chuckle. "Right on, I'm all 3, Ezra, Alvin, and David." This time, he wasn't hiding behind any disguise, just straight up being David. "You've got guts, Joel, walking in here all by yourself." Joel glanced around the room. "This is between us. No need to drag anyone else into it. You picked the name David because your mom was a Chen and your dad a Gong. Deep down, you've always felt tied to the Bloodmoon Pack. You never really forgot where you came from, did you?" Back when he made up that name, David hadn't thought it through. But yeah, in his heart, the connection to Bloodmoon ran deep. His Gong bloodline was something he'd never let go of. And yet, those he once trusted, even admired the most in Bloodmoon, were the ones who'd tried to wipe him out. "Since you're here, Joel, don't bother thinking you'll make it out alive. I don't give a damn about Vincent Lee's army, or the power of the Liquil Pack. This is France. They can't touch me here. If they try anything, I'll kill you and Richard first, then go after Benjamin, Perry, and those twins of yours. Heard they're a boy and girl. Must be adorable, huh? You cut off my bloodline. Why should you get to play happy family?" Joel had come hoping to trade himself for Richard's freedom. "Richard's innocent. Do whatever you want with me. Just let him go, please, brother." That brother hit David for a second, but the feeling passed fast. The grudge between them was way too deep for that word to mean anything now. "Let Richard go? You really think that'll happen? Back then, I begged you to. Begged you to save my wife and our unborn child. And what did you do? Joel tried to explain. You and your wife were already on the yacht. The wind was wild. Even if you called for help, I never heard it. Things were a mess back then. I swear I didn't hear you cry out. David's voice turned icy. You didn't hear us? No, you just didn't care. You all wanted us dead. Joel, I spent years in the Bloodmoon Pack. I backed you up through every danger. And what did you do in return? Joel had no clue there was another side to the story. Hell, he didn't even know most of it was orchestrated by his own mother. He was completely in the dark about Sylvia framing Ezra. Everything flipped on its head so fast, his brain hadn't caught up yet. Sure, he had his doubts about what David was saying, but what was he supposed to do? Call his mom a liar? David, I really had no idea things went down like that. If I'd known, I never would have let you suffer like that. I'm sorry, for my mom too. He bowed deeply. David let out a couple of cold laughs. Sorry? After all Sylvia did to me, you think that cuts it? Let me tell you something. Blood debt gets paid in blood. Joel tried to calm things down. Fine. Let me take the fall. But at least let me see Richard, all right? He's not just my son. He's your nephew. Standing to the side, Owen added fuel to the fire. Alpha, after all Sylvia did to wipe you out, you can't go soft now. Don't forget, your wife and unborn kid are still waiting for you in the next world. David flinched at the mention of his family. The truth was, he craved connection. That's why he clung to the Bloodmoon Pack so hard. He'd loved his wife like crazy, and after losing her, he stopped caring about love. Any women after that? Just distractions. He couldn't have kids anymore anyway, so marriage wasn't even a thought. Female werewolves meant nothing to him now. Owen sipped his tea like he had all the time in the world. Alpha, why not just let them rot? Gerard frowned. What's Owen really after? David nodded. All right, Damon, take Joel and Richard to the apiary in the back garden. 2 Delta-level guards grabbed Joel by each arm. Joel panicked. David, what are you doing? We've just reconnected after 30 years. This is how you treat your brother? David's voice was ice. Now you remember I'm your brother? Bit late for that, don't you think? Take him. The Deltas yanked him out, half dragging him toward the door. Ezra, think this through. Don't do something you'll regret. Joel's voice faded. It hit Gerard then. David seriously meant to poison both Joel and Richard and let them die slow. Dad, maybe you should think this through again? Owen sneered. You pleading for them now? You forgetting how much the blood moons hurt Alpha? David raised a hand, eyes glinting with fury. It's decided. Anyone who gets in the way dies. Gerard's mind spiraled with images of Perry. Dad, please think it over. The Bloodmoon Pack's big in New York. We need to tread carefully. Owen looked like he was enjoying the chaos. Spare us the doubts. Alpha's waited 35 years for this. Gerard lost it. Stop stirring up more drama. Dad, Joel's your brother. Richard's your nephew. You can't do this to them. Everything that happened was on Sylvia, not them, especially Richard. He wasn't even born yet. How's he tied to any of this? David motioned him closer, then smacked him hard across the face. You let Perry mess with your head? Speaking up for those two now? Let me warn you, try swaying anyone again, and I'll throw you in the apiary with them. Gerard kept quiet after that. Get out, David yelled. Meanwhile, Richard was still in bed when 2 Deltas marched in and grabbed him. Mary jumped in shock. She'd been his nurse these past couple of days. What are you doing? Stay out of it! One of the Deltas snapped, dragging Richard out without another word. Mary looked freaked out. Where are you taking him? He's still not fully recovered. The 2 Deltas ignored her and escorted Richard into the elevator. They brought Richard all the way up to the rooftop, where the so-called B room was. Though, calling it that was kind of misleading. It was actually where the Skyhowl Pack kept their venomous bugs. Benjamin had once been bitten by one before, nearly died. This room hadn't existed for long. They just brought in a few from a mountain base recently. Originally, they were for extracting venom. Now, looked like perfect timing to use them on Joel and his son. Richard still wasn't fully healed, but after taking 2 of Perry's pills earlier, he was doing way better. Walking was no problem. When he saw Joel standing there, he genuinely thought he might be hallucinating. Dad, what are you doing here? Joel's eyes welled up. Richard, you're alive, thank God. Richard rushed to hug him tightly. Dad, why are you here? Where's Perry? She's fine, Joel said. She had the babies. Twins and both healthy. You don't have to worry. Just being able to see you again, man, that's enough for me. Richard looked around. Something felt wrong. The air felt thick, almost like he couldn't breathe. What the hell is going on here? Joel had no idea what exactly they were planning, but he knew it wasn't good. David is Alvin. Ezra, he's planning to kill us in here. Richard didn't care about dying. What pissed him off was dying like this. Such a lame, pathetic way to go. He snapped at the Deltas. Where the hell is David? Bring him here. The Deltas completely ignored him. Damon grabbed a few small boxes from the shelf. Once opened, those deadly bugs would come flying out, and Joel and Richard would be just like Benjamin, desperate and in agony. Both the Deltas and Damon were covered head to toe, masks, gloves, every bit of skin hidden. Once they opened those boxes, they planned to bolt. Just as a box was about to be opened, the door banged open. Gerard burst in. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Damon flinched. "Stay out of this. It's the Alpha's orders. If those bugs bite you, no one's saving your ass." Gerard reached for the box in Damon's hand, yelling over his shoulder to Richard, "Get your dad out of here. Now!" Richard didn't hesitate. The Deltas weren't on high alert, and he took full advantage, knocking them over, grabbing Joel, and bolting. But as Gerard grabbed at the box, one of the bugs slipped out and bit the back of his hand. Damon quickly slammed the box shut. "You've been poisoned." Gerard felt everything spin. His vision swam as he leaned heavily against the wall. These bugs packed serious venom. Benjamin had nearly died from just one bite before, and Perry had managed to save him somehow. And now him, bitten while trying to save Joel and Richard. Dazed and fading, he thought he saw Perry walking toward him, taking his hand, checking his pulse, tending to his wound. Richard was taken back to his room, with Joel staying by his side, while Mary continued nursing him. David gave Perry a call, asking her to come to Lester Manor, alone. Vincent Lee and Brant Phillips weren't having it. They insisted on tagging along, but were stopped at the gate by Delta, who only let Perry in. Delta led Perry straight to the west courtyard. She paused, taking in a familiar scent. "Richard's here, isn't he?" Delta didn't respond, just guided her into Gerard's room. "Alpha, she's here." David turned around. "Finally, take a look at Gerard." Perry stared at Gerard lying in bed. His face was pale and bluish, looking way too fragile. It was strange. They'd literally had lunch together earlier. "What happened to him?" David stepped aside. "You're a healer. Shouldn't take you long to figure it out." Perry felt Gerard's wrist. "He's been poisoned. It's the same kind that got Benjamin back then. How did this happen? Even your own people can't dodge it. If you've got venom like this, shouldn't you have an antidote ready too?" David snapped, clearly in no mood to explain. "There isn't one. He got bitten saving your husband and father-in-law, so you'd better start curing him fast." Her heart skipped a beat. "My father-in-law's here. What about Richard?" David waved impatiently. "Go see him. Just 5 minutes, then get back here." She rushed across to the room, and there he was, Richard. "It's really you." Richard blinked in surprise. "Perry, what are you doing here?" She ran into his arms and burst into tears. He held her tightly. "I'm okay now. Don't be scared." She quickly checked him over, and after making sure he was stable, finally took a breath. "What exactly happened?" David called out from the doorway. "You've seen Richard. Now get back and treat Gerard." Richard suddenly recalled Gerard's condition. "Go. He got hurt, trying to save us." "I'll be right back." Perry rushed back, checked on Gerard again, and her brows furrowed deeper. David looked pained. "Well, you must have a way." Perry let out a long sigh. "So you raised those venomous bugs just to target the Bloodmoon Pack?" David nodded. She looked grim. "There's only one way left. My blood." Joel suddenly showed up, clearly upset. "Perry, your body's still weak. You just gave birth. How can you offer your blood like that?" She gave him a pill and stood up, facing the others. "There's no other choice. What poisoned Gerard is worse than what hit Benjamin last time. Fortunately, we're still in time." From the bed came a weak murmur. "Perry, don't worry about me." It was Gerard, barely hanging on to consciousness, but still trying to stop her. He did it all for Perry. He couldn't let her lose hope. Richard had to be okay. Perry's heart clenched tight. "Thank you for saving Richard and my dad. I promise I'll make you better." Don't say that." Gerard opened his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. Perry tried to soothe him with a soft voice. "It's all right, don't worry about me. It's just a little blood, I'll be fine." "Perry, are you sure your body can take this?" Joel asked, pained. If it weren't for him and Richard, she wouldn't be the one making these sacrifices. David chimed in too. "Take care of yourself, all right? If you need anything, supplements, just say the word. I'll have it arranged. Just get me a cup of brown sugar water, that's all." Perry handed a prescription to the healer and had him prep the meds. Then she started the blood draw. By the time she finished treating Gerard, the sun had gone down. Her face looked pale, but she pushed through till the very end. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he pulls through." As treatment wrapped up, she stood up too fast and swayed, nearly collapsing. Richard, who'd been watching silently by the door, rushed to catch her. He was still weak himself, barely able to stand steady. "Perry, are you okay?" She steadied herself with a breath. "I'm fine." "Richard, why are you even out of bed? I told you to rest." Richard held her tight. "I'm all right. I'm just sorry you're going through all this again." Perry managed a tired smile. "Don't say that. Just seeing you here makes me happy. I'm just exhausted. It's no big deal. Come on, I'll walk you back to your room." Every second lately had worn her out, mentally and physically. The moment she saw Richard, her energy gave out. She climbed onto his hospital bed and fell asleep right away. No one dared disturb her. Joel stayed, quietly seated on the couch. Richard lay next to her, staying close. Gerard was in deep sleep. Meanwhile, David headed back to the main house and called Mary over to go through everything again. Gerard, born to David and the she-wolf Mia, really was David's biological son. And David, he had been told long ago that having children was medically impossible. He struggled to process it. Was the healer's diagnosis wrong, or did something suddenly just change years later? "Mary, if you're lying to me, you know what that means." Mary's pulse quickened. "Everything I told you came straight from Mia. She made it very clear. Besides Alvin, she was never with another alpha. You should have known that when she was with you, right?" David's mind drifted back to Mia. Back then, she was tending bar just to make ends meet. He'd stepped in when someone hassled her, gave her money. She'd followed him ever since. But after the accident where his pregnant wife died at sea, he'd never had feelings for any other she-wolf. Just used them to pass time. After 2 years, he'd grown bored of Mia too. He never expected the child she left behind would one day return. But Mia herself was gone for good. David was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It really felt like fate had finally cut him some slack. After barely making it through the night, he finally dozed off on the couch just as the first light of dawn broke through. Because the test had been pushed through as urgent, the results came in by the next morning. The hospital's branch in France had rushed it over with none other than Dr. Jolson, the top expert, bringing the report himself. Damon gently nudged David awake. "Alpha, Dr. Jolson is here." David straightened fast, confused and tense. "Well, what did it say?" Jolson handed him the document. "Your genetic similarity with Gerard is 99.99%. You're his biological father." Tears welled up in David's eyes. To him, it felt like an unbelievable gift. He locked his eyes on the words biological relationship confirmed and didn't move for a long while. "But I thought I couldn't have kids. I mean, I got tested 30 years ago." The healer back then said the same. Jolson explained, "Maybe your body healed over time. It's not unheard of. The infertility was likely due to that serious injury back then. Once your health bounced back." David grabbed Jolson's hand, his joy childlike. "Thank you. Seriously, thank you, healer. Hey, come with me to see my son, will you?" Jolson nodded and followed him toward the west wing. David was beaming the whole way there. When he saw Joel standing in the hallway, even the resentment he'd clung to for years seemed to melt away. "I've got a son. Gerard's my kid. Seriously." Joel had been silently hoping for the same. If Gerard really was David's son, maybe this whole mess could finally be untangled. But if he wasn't, leaving Leicester Manor might have been impossible. "That's amazing. Congrats, truly. Let's go see him. Your son is my nephew, after all." "Let's go," David said, clearly letting go for the moment, as he and the man he'd labeled a lifelong enemy headed toward Gerard's room. Perry was still tending to Gerard, working carefully and getting ready to do another blood transfusion. David didn't want to interrupt. He motioned for Joel and Jolson to wait outside with him. Let her finish before we go in. Perry's amazing. She'll save my son, I know it. Joel, your daughter-in-law is something else. Joel looked stunned, unsure how to react to David's sudden change in attitude. Brother, she's your niece-in-law too. We're all one big family, aren't we? It was like David snapped back to himself. Who said we're family? Joel, don't forget, you're still my biggest enemy. I'm not letting you off that easy. Joel let out a sigh. Fine. As long as Gerard and Richard pull through, do what you want with me. At least with a son now, David might finally let Richard and Perry off the hook. Joel had thought it through. If his own sacrifice could finally settle the old scores, he'd do it for his mother's sake. Perry, on the other hand, was doing great. She'd skipped dinner the night before, crashed right beside Richard, and had the best night's sleep she'd had in ages, like she'd finally caught up on weeks of rest. Seeing Richard again lifted her spirits even more. She was sharp, focused, and totally immersed in the treatment. Once Perry was done, David and the others stepped into the room. Gerard, how are you feeling? Seeing David's unusually warm expression caught Gerard off guard. Though still a bit groggy from the poison's effects, he'd heard bits and pieces yesterday. Something about David possibly being his dad. He looked around as if trying to confirm it, then turned to him slowly. Dad, I'm sorry. David's eyes were brimming with tears. You're a good kid. I'm not mad at you. I just hate that you had to suffer like that. Gerard turned to Perry, his voice low. Dad, Perry saved your life, and mine too. David gave a slow nod. I know, son. I get it. You don't have to say more. As long as you're getting better, I'll support whatever you want. Gerard still looked a little dazed. Wait, David wasn't blaming him? David shifted his gaze to Perry. Perry, how's he doing? Perry replied calmly, Don't worry. He'll fully recover in a week. The venom this time was more potent than before, but luckily she arrived in time. She gave him a pill, started treatment right away, and slowed down the spread. On top of that, she gave him her blood, so he's going to be okay. Good, that's great. David eased into the chair beside Gerard. Just focus on getting better. I'm getting old, and I still need you to take care of me when I'm old and gray. Tears rolled down Gerard's cheeks. From the look on his face, the test results must have confirmed it. You're my dad. Of course, I'll take care of you. I want you to enjoy your family and your life. For David, that was the dream, having a peaceful, loving family. Maybe it was because he knew what he was missing that he'd wanted it so badly. And now, for the first time, it seemed like he might really have it. Perry had the healer draw more of her blood, continuing the transfusion into Gerard. David watched her closely, worry written all over his face. Perry, you've been giving blood non-stop. Are you sure your body can handle it? Tell me what you need. I'll make the arrangements. Perry handed him a written prescription. David, have someone prepare these herbs. Both Gerard and I can take them. All right, sure thing. David passed the note to Damon. Get the kitchen on this. Every single dosage needs to match exactly. Yes, Alpha, Damon replied without hesitation. He'd always been loyal to David, someone he could trust completely. David was in such a good mood, he turned to Mary with a rare warmth. Thanks, Mary. Honestly, you should have told me all this earlier. Mary looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Alpha. I only regained my memories a year ago, but then I was being manipulated. To be honest, yesterday was the first time I've ever been this close to you. Before that, I didn't even know what you looked like. David chuckled. No kidding. If you didn't know my face, of course you couldn't recognize me. What matters is that we got it all sorted in the end. You've done a hell of a job, Mary. Tell you what, join me for lunch later. You're Alexander's wife after all. Treating you properly is the least I can do. Mary took the chance to speak up. Alpha, once Richard's fully recovered, I'd like to leave with them and go back to New York. A request with layers. She was asking for freedom for herself, and also hoping David would back off Richard. Truth be told, from the moment David found out Richard was his son, he'd already given up revenge. But Joel, that was a different story. We'll talk about it later. Don't worry, I'll let you go. As for the others, we'll see. At least he wasn't going after Richard and Gerard anymore. Just then, Damon burst in from outside. Alpha, Brant's here with a squad of Interpol agents. They're looking for Perry and Joel. They're pretty aggressive. like they're ready to kick the place down. David's face darkened. Handle it. Call their HQ and remind them to rein in their people. Who the hell gave them permission to barge into my estate looking for someone? Perry quickly stepped in. Uncle David, they're friends of mine. Let me go talk to them myself. No need to get worked up. This was one of David's happiest moments, and he didn't want unnecessary conflict. All right, Mary, go with her. Perry rushed to the entrance where a group of 10 or so people had gathered. Among them were Brandt and several other Interpol agents. Brandt, what are you doing here? Brandt came over immediately. Are you okay? I'm fine. Richard's doing better too. Perry quickly explained the situation to put him at ease. David's not planning to move against us. Not for now. If anything changes, I'll let you know. All right then, just take care of yourself. We'll wait for you at the hotel. Seeing her safe and knowing Richard was alive was all Brandt needed to hear, he reassured. When Perry got back to the manor, she wanted her phone from David, but he shot her down right away. We've got our own rules here. Leicester Manor isn't open to just anyone. There's too much classified stuff here. It's not that I don't trust you, Perry. It's just... How about this? If you need to call your friends, come find me at the main building and use the landline. She knew she wasn't in a position to argue and could only go with it. All right then. David checked the time, then turned to Joel. Stay for lunch. Since you're on my turf now, it's only right I treat you properly. Joel let out a long breath. He could tell David's grudge was slowly easing. That afternoon, they had lunch in the big dining hall at the main building. Richard, now able to walk, showed up too. Perry, Joel, Owen, Mary, and Dr. Johnson from the hospital were also there. David looked at Richard with a sharp stare. How's your body holding up? Richard replied, calm and indifferent. Much better. The whole Bloodmoon Pack versus Ezra mess had deep roots. Sylvia had wrecked Ezra's life, and Ezra had almost killed Benjamin and cost Perry her baby. Richard didn't believe he owed Ezra anything. If the fight had to continue, then so be it. It'd be fair game on both sides. David picked up his chopsticks. Let's just eat and not drag old grudges into the meal. Perry leaned in, carefully adding food to Richard's plate. Eat more. The better you eat, the faster you heal. Richard gave a small nod. Yeah, he knew. Only if he got his strength back could he protect Perry and his dad. Just seeing Perry put him in such a good mood, his appetite came back too. David, still over the moon from finally acknowledging his son, couldn't stop talking. Words kept flying out of his mouth with no real order. He honestly never thought he'd get to have a son in this life. After lunch, Perry helped Richard back to his room. David called out to Joel, "The lovebirds are off on their own. What are you tagging along for? Don't you feel awkward?" Joel hadn't meant to crash their moment. The truth was, he didn't really have anywhere to go in this place. Then where should I stay, according to you? David waved the butler over to sort out a guest room. You'll stay there for now. Relax, I'm not going to give you hell these few days. We'll settle our scores later. Joel, feeling kind of wiped out, went off to sleep. Perry took Richard back to the room. She'd just given blood to Gerard and needed rest herself. David, meanwhile, stopped by Gerard's room. The boy was still out cold, weak as could be. David just sat nearby, watching over him like he was worth more than anything else in the world. A week later, Richard and Gerard had both mostly recovered. David called everyone back for another lunch, now with Gerard joining too. Looks like the Ezra line's got someone to carry it on. Perry saved my son's life, and that's a debt I'll never be able to repay. Joel, our grudge, ends here. From now on, we go our separate ways. Peace for all. That whole week, David had stayed by Gerard's side, and he'd been thinking a lot. What did he really want? Now that he had a son, revenge against Joel or wiping out the Bloodmoon Pack didn't make sense anymore. If he did that, one day Richard's kid would go after Gerard and his family. The whole cycle would just keep spinning. He didn't want the people he loved stuck in that never-ending loop. It was an ugly way to live. Once we're done with this meal, you all can leave. Sylvia destroyed my family, and I nearly killed Benjamin more than once. I even caused Perry to lose her baby. If you're willing, let's call it even. If not, Richard and Perry are welcome to come for revenge, but don't lay a finger on Gerard. Joel let out a heavy sigh. Thanks for letting us go, big brother. We're still family no matter what. Gerard already paid for what happened to Benjamin. My mother took your wife and child, and yeah, you caused Perry's miscarriage, but she also saved your life. In the end, we owe you more than you owe us." David's eyes were glassy. "It's over. Let it stay in the past. Mary, you're leaving with them too. You've worked at Leicester Manor for years. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're taken care of." Owen froze up. He could accept letting Richard and the others leave, but Mary, his mate, shouldn't David at least ask for his opinion? Alpha, about Mary. David turned to him with a cold stare. "She's been by your side all these years. If not for her loyalty, then at least for all she's endured. Mia was her friend. I'm not about to let you hurt her again." Owen struggled to find the right words. He never meant to hurt Mary. Honestly, he just didn't want her to go. "That's not what I meant. Mary, are you really going?" Mary gave a snide chuckle. "Of course. Is there anything else you'd like to say?" Owen saw it in her eyes. She wasn't coming back. "No, just, I hope you find happiness." Humph. Mary wasn't buying that one bit. After years of Owen's abuse, she'd wanted revenge too, wanted to hurt him the way he'd hurt her. But if even David could let go of his hatred, then maybe it was time for her to stop running in circles. Her kids deserved better than a life consumed by vengeance. After lunch, Joel pulled David aside. "At the end of the day, we're still brothers. I really hope you come visit the Bloodmoon Pack sometime. Whatever happened before was all because of my mother. I'm sorry. For all of it." David was quiet for a moment. "I spent years living with the Bloodmoon Pack. Back then, I thought it would be my forever home. But it was all a lie. Sylvia only brought me back to kill me. I used to dream of tearing her to pieces, of offering her blood to my mother's grave. But now I'm old and tired." Joel gently added, "Your mother's memorial is still in the Pack's ancestral shrine. You can visit her any time. We even buried her clothes there. Dad always treated her like one of our own." David's eyes welled up. "But that doesn't change the fact Sylvia killed her." Elsewhere, Gerard was saying his goodbyes to Perry. Seeing the girl he'd once admired so deeply now by his cousin's side brought a sharp ache to his chest. "Take care of yourself, all right?" Perry gave his shoulder a light punch. "You too. Stop messing around all the time. If the right girl comes along, don't let her slip away." Gerard nodded. "I'll keep that in mind. Hope we cross paths again." "We're family, Gerard. Of course we will," Perry replied, holding onto Richard's arm, her smile radiant. "Yeah," Gerard smiled back. Right now, more than ever, they truly were family. Mary and Richard headed back to the hotel together. That evening, Perry started a video call with Jasper. Because of the time difference, it was still morning in New York. Jasper had just returned to the Origate. Now that he was the Alpha, he was even more committed than before. When he saw Perry calling, he lit up. "Boss, you're okay, right?" He'd been checking in every day, constantly staying in the loop through Brant. Just seeing Richard and Joel on screen made him feel at ease. "As long as everyone's okay, I can relax." Perry turned the camera toward Mary. "Jasper, look who's here." Jasper had been separated from Mary since he was 5, so his memory of her face was pretty fuzzy. When he saw her on video, he tensed. "Boss, this is..." Mary's eyes welled up, her voice shaky. 20 years had passed, her little boy was all grown up. Miles. She breathed out his name, but couldn't go on. Jasper froze, staring carefully, his voice trembling. Wait, you're my mom?" Mary nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Yes, I'm your mom. I really am." Jasper's eyes went red instantly. "You're really my mom? Boss, she's really my mom." Perry nodded. "Yeah, Jasper, this is Mary. She's your mother." Jasper quickly wiped his tears. "Where'd you find her? What happened?" "It's a long story," Perry said. "Let her explain once she's back." "But Jasper, how's everything going with the Origate?" "Origate's good. Knowing you guys are safe is a huge relief, Mom." Jasper still sounded like he couldn't believe it. "When are you guys coming back?" "We still have some matters to handle. Probably a few more days," Perry replied. Jasper kept talking with Mary while Perry dialed Benjamin's number and checked on the 2 babies. It felt like a storm had finally passed. Everyone could breathe again. The following morning, Byron and the lawyers sent over the prepared equity transfer documents. That afternoon, Richard printed them out, then called David and arranged to meet at the hotel's cafe. David came with Gerard. Ever since discovering his son, he seemed to take Gerard everywhere with him. Perry sat next to Richard as he pulled a folder from his bag. "Uncle, this is the Bloodmoon Pack's equity transfer agreement. It covers half the shares. Take a look." David looked shocked, taking the papers. "Why are you giving this to me?" "Richard, what's going on? I never asked for this." Richard stood and gave a bow. "It's what Grandpa promised you. The Bloodmoon Pack stands by its word. You're my uncle. This belongs to you." David's eyes turned red. "It's been over 30 years. Do you really think I still care about this? That some piece of paper is enough to make up for everything I've been through?" Richard sank back into the couch. "That's not what I'm saying. It's what Grandpa said should go to you, and it's what Dad wanted too. We owe you this." "Your dad? Where is he now?" "He went back to New York this morning, took an early flight. He was worried about the babies, wanted to be home sooner." David handed the papers to Gerard. "What do you think, Gerard?" Gerard smiled. "Richard, we've already got our hands full. Managing the Skyhowl Pack is more than enough. You think we've got time for the Bloodmoon too?" Richard said, "I'll handle Bloodmoon Pack's operations. You just need to hold the shares. Uncle, go ahead and sign. Once you do, I'll have the lawyers take care of the transfer immediately. It was always rightfully yours anyway." David asked, "When will the transfer happen?" Leaning back on the couch, Richard replied, "I'll arrange it once I get back." David pressed, "Wouldn't it be better to get it notarized?" Richard's eyes darkened a bit. He had assumed, based on what Gerard said earlier, that David would be easier to deal with, but now he saw just how stubborn he was. "If you want a notary, fine. I'll set that up as soon as I'm back." David's tone got a little sharper. "Don't forget, Richard, you promised me this. It's what you all owed me." Perry wasn't the only one stunned. Even Gerard looked caught off guard. Richard stayed calm. "Don't worry. I keep my word. What's yours will be returned." David ran his hands down his face, rubbing hard before finally saying, "All right. That's good enough for me, Richard. You really do live up to being the alpha of Bloodmoon Pack." Richard's voice stayed firm. "Let it go. I said I'd deliver, and I will. Uncle, just sign the papers." Tears started welling in David's eyes. "You think I fought for 30-some years just for these shares?" Richard handed him a tissue. "I get it. All of this should have been yours in the first place. You don't have to feel guilty about taking what belongs to you." David choked back sobs, taking a long moment to compose himself. Maybe all the bitterness and pain he'd carried for years finally lifted right then. Richard had given him something he thought he'd never get back. But David realized it wasn't the shares he wanted. He wanted to feel like he mattered to Bloodmoon Pack again. He used to take pride in being one of them, but Sylvia destroyed that. And now, Richard was restoring it. His hands shaking, David picked up the transfer agreement and slowly tore it into pieces. "Why would I need this? I already have everything I want. Your sincerity is enough, Richard." Then David stood and gave a deep bow. "That apology's for Benjamin, and also for the child Perry lost because of me. We're family. After 35 years, I've finally found my way home." Perry couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing silently. Tears filled Richard's eyes too. "Uncle, come home with us. I think if Grandpa was watching from above, he'd be hurt for you. Grandma, she made a lot of mistakes, but she's gone now. I'll make things right from here on." David nodded, settling down. "All right, Richard, we're family. No need to split hairs anymore. From now on, you and Gerard are brothers. Look out for each other." Richard stood and shook Gerard's hand. "If you ever need anything, call me." "Same goes for you," Gerard said with a big grin. He'd finally found his real dad and gained 2 brothers along the way. Seeing them together, David thought back to when he first returned to Bloodmoon Pack. Joel had been the first to show kindness, and in that moment, David decided he'd always protect him. He hoped Gerard and Richard could get along well too. Of course, Gerard's path was different. No one in the pack would dare go after him now. That was good enough. They all sat together talking the whole afternoon. David felt an unexpected peace. Turns out, letting go of hate felt pretty damn good. That evening, they went out for dinner. Brant and Mary joined them too. During the meal, David spoke up. "I'm thinking of changing Skyhowl Pack's direction. No more messy work. I'm too old for the blood and chaos. Gerard's my only son, and I don't want him walking in my footsteps." Gerard, as always, followed his lead. All right, from tonight on, there's only David. Alvin is gone for good. Richard asked, Uncle, actually, have you thought about going back to using Ezra Scott? Maybe Gerard could change his last name too? David chuckled. Doesn't really matter to me. I know who I am, and that's enough. You and Benjamin are doing a great job with Bloodmoon. As for Gerard, let him decide when the time comes. I'm happy just doing my charity work. Everyone knew David, and Alpha, had always been committed to charity. Honestly, it seemed like that's where his true passion lay. Gerard was still in a bit of a daze. He needed time to process everything, not to mention suddenly being handed massive wealth was another adjustment. Later, while walking back from dinner, David caught up to Richard. Why'd you really want to give me that share? Richard's brows slightly furrowed. Didn't Grandpa promise it to you back then? You're seriously going to follow through? David had had a few drinks, and it made his emotions a little easier to see. Truth was, he was thrilled inside. Richard smiled. There's still time to back out if you've changed your mind. I'll give you your share either way. But hey, more money never hurts, right? I'm sure you've heard all the whispers about treasure in Bloodmoon. Think about it. I'll give you 3 days. David laughed and gave Richard a pat on the shoulder. I just wanted to know you meant it, not that I care about the money. I've got my own businesses, and I've always been about giving back. What would I do with more wealth anyway? What matters is finally getting to live on my own terms, especially after being stuck for over 3 decades. That's real freedom. All right then. Richard didn't push further. Anything else would have sounded dramatic. They both knew what they wanted. A few days later, Richard and Perry headed back to New York, with David and Gerard joining them. Byron and Benjamin were waiting at the airport, and so were Jasper and Juliet. After being apart for 20 years, the reunion was intense and emotional all around. Gina showed up too, hugging Perry tightly. Brant stood off to the side, watching with mixed feelings. Gina looked different, more confident, sharper, honestly glowing. She'd clearly grown up and was handling Bloodmoon's affairs really well. Brant just stood there staring until Gina gave him a friendly nod. Hey, Brant. He gave a quiet, yeah. Madeline was still on set and couldn't make it, but had called him several times. Still, Brant remained pretty distant. Deep down, he'd already made up his mind. He and Madeline weren't right together. Since Richard and Perry were eager to see their babies, everyone had lunch at Bloodmoon before heading home. The place was bustling. Bryce hadn't left yet and was still helping out with the twins. When he saw Perry, he teared up right away. I'm just glad you're back. Perry hugged him gently. Sorry, Grandpa. I know we made you worry. Richard bowed slightly. I'm sorry too, Grandpa. Bryce grinned through his tears. It's okay. What matters is you're home now. Go check on the babies. Richard hasn't even seen them yet. The twins had just hit the 1-month mark. Plump and rosy, the boy looked nearly identical to Richard, while the girl was clearly Perry's mini-me. They'd just been fed and lay wide-eyed in their cradle. Richard leaned down and kissed both their cheeks, looking like he might tear up. I'm sorry, babies. Daddy's late, but I'm here now, and I promise I'll always protect you. David and Gerard came over too. David handed each baby a tiny gold bracelet. Such beautiful kids, and they look so lively. I'm your great uncle, you know. Gerard added with a smile, and I'm your uncle. The babies stared up at them, waving their little arms. Suddenly they both let out strong cries, turning their heads in sync. They were hungry again. Richard looked a bit flustered. So what should I do now? 2 nannies had gone to prepare the formula. He reached for his baby girl, and Perry gently handed the tiny bundle to him. Sit down and be careful. Hold her steady. The soft pink little baby lay in his arms, crying non-stop. He stared at her, heart aching, hands at a loss. Why is she still crying? Is she uncomfortable or something? Bryce chuckled. She's just hungry. Look at her, turning her head everywhere, probably looking for milk. That's it? Just hungry? Richard turned nervously towards the door, waiting for the nannies. Where the hell were they with the milk? What if his baby girl got too hungry? The nannies rushed back and handed him the prepared bottle. Here you go. You can feed her now. He hadn't even gotten the bottle to her mouth before the baby leaned in and latched on fast, sucking away like she'd been starving for days. Sure enough, no more crying once food was involved. Perry picked up the baby boy to start feeding him too. David asked casually, "Haven't picked names yet?" Joel looked like he'd spent ages thinking it through. He even talked to Bryce about it. "I've been going over names forever. What do you think of Lucius and Caitlin?" Richard hesitated. To be honest, none of them felt good enough for their perfect little babies, but names were needed. "Let's just go with those for now." Perry, who hated dealing with details like this, nodded. "Sounds good." Joel looked super satisfied now that Perry had no objections. "Great, then it's settled. Ha ha ha, our babies have names now. David, what do you think?" David grinned. "Love it. No matter what names they've got, they're born lucky, that's for sure." "You said it." Joel beamed at the twins, clearly smitten. Once Caitlin finished her bottle, the nanny pointed out that it was diaper time. Richard, not wanting to let go, jumped in. "Let me try. Just show me how." He laid Caitlin gently on the couch. She'd stopped crying, her eyes open now, kicking her little legs in the air. "Sweetheart, Daddy's changing your diaper now," he whispered as he carefully took off the old one. The nanny came over with warm water, gently cleaned her up, then guided him step by step on how to put on a fresh diaper. Richard painstakingly followed every step, like he were handling priceless porcelain. It took him almost 10 minutes and left him sweating like crazy. But seeing the tiny bundle finally snuggled up comfortably, he felt all the effort was totally worth it. "Can I hold her again now?" The nanny smiled. "She's probably ready for a nap. You can put her back in the cradle." "She falls asleep this fast?" Richard hesitated. "Can I keep holding her while she sleeps?" "Of course," she laughed. "You'll just be a bit more tired." "I don't care. She's my little girl. How could that ever feel tiring?" He gently rocked Caitlin in his arms, lulling her to sleep. Meanwhile, Perry put Lucius back in the cradle and gave Richard a look. "Aren't you spoiling her too much? Poor Lucius is going to feel left out." Richard didn't even blink. "Nah, Lucius should let his sister have more attention." All he could see was his daughter. Perry sighed. From the second Richard came home, his entire world had been their daughter. He hadn't even picked up his son once. Just saying, don't be surprised if Lucius holds a grudge when he grows up. But Richard was all smiles, holding his daughter, completely content. To them, this was the purest kind of happiness. This was the life they had dreamed of.